Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the inaugural Global Nursing Summit on Combating Forced Organ Harvesting. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Dr. Kathleen Timpson. I will serve as the moderator for today's summit. I'm also an associate professor of nursing at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in the United States. And I also serve as program director for the Doctorate of Nursing practice here at UNLV. In addition, I represent the Academy of Forensic Nursing. I was one of the 11 co-founders and original board of directors and currently serve as the Academy's treasurer. Before we start today, please allow me to welcome our audience that is watching us on the live stream broadcast via the NTD TV and Epoch Times TV network. Welcome. Thank you all for joining Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting and the Academy of Forensic Nursing partnership on hosting this first annual Global Nurse Summit of Forced Organ Harvesting. Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting, or DAFO, is an international 501c nonprofit NGO, non-government organization based in Washington, D.C. It was founded by medical doctors in 2006 when the news broke of the evidence of forced organ harvesting being a process. DAFO's mission is to inform and educate the international medical and nursing community, as well as humanity at large, about the human rights crisis of this crime against humanity. Nurses are invited to join as supporting members. Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting have offices in the United States, Taiwan, France, and Italy, and they have published numerous independent reports and analysis on the topic of transplant medicine and forced organ harvesting in China. Twice nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in 2016 and 2017. DAFO also received the prestigious Mother Teresa Award for Social Justice in 2019 for this work in this area. The Academy of Forensic Nursing is a professional nursing organization that is purposed in advancing care to those persons whose lives have been impacted by violence. There's three tenets that drive our commitment to education, scholarship, and service. We provide our members and the communities of interest that we serve with evidence-based practices grounded in the three domains of forensic nursing, those being nursing, forensic science, and legal. Before we begin, I will describe a little bit about today's event and what you are about to embark upon. Our agenda of speakers is composed of an interprofessional panel of experts in the field of forensics and nursing, forced organ harvesting, and human rights. For those speakers who wish to speak in their mother language, we will provide an English translation that will simultaneously scroll up on the side of the screen during their speech. If you are a registered guest and would like to participate in the question and answer session, you may enter your question in the Q&A section that may be accessed by clicking on the chat box in the right lower corner of your screen, the blue box. You will also find handouts that are downloadable in this area under the tab marked Handouts. If you are a live streaming event, you will need to register using the big blue marker platform. A bit of housekeeping regarding continuing education credits. Participants may watch the video on the main live website on November 1st today, but then need to register for if you aren't a registered attendee and utilize the Academy of Forensic Nursing's learning management system using the link. Complete the post-test and an evaluation with a pass rate of 80%, completing an attestation statement that you have completed and reviewed all of the webinar, and successfully complete that evaluation. If you are completing the entire session using the recording, you must view 100% of the recording within the LMS, complete the post-test with a pass rate of 80%, and complete the attestation statement and successfully complete that evaluation. Upon completion of the evaluation and the post-test, you will be receiving a continuing education certificate for 5.0 contact hours, and those will be available via the learning management system. A conflict of interest statement we are required to produce is that there are no conflict of interest for any program planner or presenter involved in this activity. Please note that the Academy of Forensic Nursing is an accredited and provider of nursing continuing professional development by the American Nurses Credentialing Center's Commission on Accreditation. Again, you will need to be awarded the 5 continuing education units for the summit. You will need to participate in the entirety of the summit, including the question and answer session. You will then be directed to complete that post-summit evaluation survey. If you have questions about the CE, contact us at nurse.info@dafoh.org. Now, let us hear from our distinguished speakers. Our first speaker will be Ms. Deborah Collins-Parica, Master's Prepared Clinical Nurse Specialist, Advanced Practice Nurse, who is one of the co-planners and my partner in putting this seminar on today, and our first presenter. Ms. Collins-Parica is the Director of Nursing Affairs for Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting and is a media consultant on raising awareness of transplant tourism and unethical forced organ harvesting from living people in China. Formerly a psychiatric clinician for the Department of Defense, she currently is in private practice in psychiatry, specializing in trauma, while serving as an adjunct faculty of graduate and doctoral nursing programs at the University of St. Joseph and as a psychiatric consultant to Goodwin University in Connecticut. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Deborah Collins-Parica.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Nurses Summit to Combat and Prevent Forced Organ Harvesting. This event is the first time this unique form of human trafficking is being publicly brought to the attention of the nursing community on this large a scale. This topic refers to a crime against humanity. Forced organ harvesting refers to the forced removal of body organs from living people without free, voluntary consent. The killing of innocent people for their organs is a most egregious act. In China, the practice is approved and sponsored by the government. It provides profit and reputation for China's transplant industry. It is managed by police and with military oversight. Independent investigations and the China Tribunal have accused China's communist regime of committing crimes against humanity, and yet China refuses to end it or to allow independent investigations. Due to distrust in the political system and cultural taboos, the Chinese people are reluctant to donate organs. Thus, the government has been forcefully taking organs from prisoners without consent under a provision that allows it to do so. The regime also harvests organs from living prisoners of conscience. This move has expanded the availability of organs through a large organ bank. Just take, for example, the persecuted Falun Gong. Doing meditation in ancient Qigong, this mind-body spiritual practice was as popular in China as yoga studios are in the U.S. today. In 1999, the government estimated 70 to 100 million people practiced Falun Gong for its health and spiritual benefits. It turned to persecute this popular group all over China and beyond its borders in a propaganda hate campaign. The fate of other groups then followed, the Tibetans, Christians, and Uyghurs. By ostracizing, banning, and arresting them, a potential pool of organ donors the size of the population of Germany or Japan was created. Thousands of executions continue to be delegated from the community to the courts to the operating room and then organ harvested secretly. The victims follow such a secretive path. The victims who are exploited, abused, and prepared for organ harvesting undergo medical testing while in political detention. This created an organ-on-demand system that can deliver fast-track transplant organs within days of notice. Victims who are forced labored, neglected, and tortured are medically examined, undergo chest x-rays, ultrasounds, and blood tests in prison hospitals and detention centers. This discrepancy in treatment is unprecedented. The business of selling organs through transplant tourism in mainland China follows a barbaric path. Now, a patient from another country waiting for a life-saving organ transplant can go online and find advertisements for Chinese transplant centers. They can call those hospitals and secretly make their own arrangements for a transplant. These patients then travel from foreign countries to China as transplant tourists. They can skip the long wait list in their home country and pay cash for an organ. In the rest of the world, this is organ trafficking and black market, illegal. But for a price, a transplant can be arranged in China in a military hospital in as little as 2 to 3 days. According to the CCP propaganda media China Daily, in 2016, China was selling kidney transplants for $46,000, livers for about $90,000, and hearts $150,000, cash, no questions asked. This stands as the most disturbing medical practice in the world and one of the most profitable. It is $1 billion industry a year in China. What nurse, in good conscience and in an enlightened way, would agree to participate in the murder of a prisoner of conscience? In China, an innocent prisoner, by removing their organs to sell them. But little is known about the conditions of nurses behind the Iron Curtain. We may assume that nurses in China may be coerced or forced to assist in forced organ harvesting procedures against their will, or perhaps ethics and compassion there have totally failed. When I first learned of forced organ harvesting, I realized this was important for all nurses to know, important for the world to know. It has an impact in democratic societies. It threatens our values, our principles, the foundations of life. And it is coming in under the wire. 15 years ago, the Epoch Times in New York City first broke the news about this. Yet to this day, Western countries have done little to curb the practice. There is a massive evidence available to the public online. One has only to search forced organ harvesting to find hundreds of published articles and books, documentaries, and testimonies from witnesses, investigators, the UN, governments, and individuals. Each year, the United Nations and the U.S. and many other regions include the forced organ harvesting of the primary victims of Falun Gong and others in their annual reports. Yet no action is taken, and it continues to this day. The first witness to ever come forward publicly was Annie, not her real name. In 2006, she worked in administration in Sujiantun Hospital, and she knew that patient supplies had increased suddenly beyond reason. Her husband also worked there as a surgeon. He disclosed to her that the hospital was housing Falun Gong practitioners of conscience who were slated for organ harvesting and murdering them for their organs in large numbers. Her husband had a stress-related mental breakdown and quit his job, telling her that for several years in the early 2000s that he had been removing corneas from thousands of anesthetized prisoners, and that those same prisoners were then further organ harvested by other surgeons, and the bodies then cremated, destroying the evidence. She and her husband escaped and defected from China and were granted asylum for safety. She then spoke out publicly. Annie, acting in compassion and good conscience, had to leave her home, her family, and her career in China in order to tell the world about this crime, at the risk of losing her and her husband's lives. So we can see the evidence is undeniable. I am a psychiatric nurse of 30 years, but when it comes to forced organ harvesting, after hearing about this, meeting victims and hearing their stories, I am an activist. After learning about this, I cannot be silent. I ask now that we turn our attention to our distinguished speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Collins-Parika, for the comprehensive background and foundation for understanding the human rights violation and the mechanisms and actions involved in obtaining organs from living donors without consent. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Ning Shi, a witness whose story further demonstrates the victim perspectives and conveys the profound impact that the transplant tourism industry in China has on many others who are victimized by secondary trauma. Ms. Shi is originally from China, but she now resides in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ning Shi.
I'm Ning Shi. I'm from mainland China. I defected from Communist China in 2016 and was granted asylum in the United States after severe religious persecution. I was persecuted along with millions of others for my spiritual beliefs as a Falun Dafa practitioner. My spiritual practice is based on ancient religious principles with meditation and Qigong, and has been persecuted by the communist regime in China since 1999 because it teaches people virtues to be honest, compassionate, tolerant. To be good and healthy, the practice is very popular in China. It was made illegal by the Communist Party, which is atheism. I never thought that I would be able to get out of China alive. I was arrested and detained in prison and labor camps for many years for my thoughts and beliefs. I was born in Shenli Oilfield, Shandong province in China. I have been computer programmer in computer center in my town. In 1995, I was ill, and my junior high school teacher introduced me to Falun Dafa, and although I was brainwashed as a child at school by atheism, I tried it, and soon my health and my mind improved. In the past years in China, I have been arrested illegally without a lawyer and persecuted brutally more than 20 times for my beliefs. The persecution spots where I was held included schools, hotels, hospitals, brainwash centers, labor camps to jails. Because everything and every company in China is owned by the CCP, the government can use any place, everywhere, to implement persecution. No place is safe. On one occasion, I was caught practicing meditation and Qigong and arrested in Shandong province, then held in the women's labor camp, where I was severely tortured. This was especially painful time. To prevent me from meditating in jail or thinking about my faith, the CCP police guard commanded other prisoners to tie my forelimbs and waist in 5 opposite directions, handing me to split my body at the same time. That torture was called tear a body limb from limb by 5 horses, which is a form of death sentence in ancient China. At the same time, they watched me. Whenever they felt that I would die, they loosened the rope which tied on my waist. Later, they tightened it again, handing me up again. This lasted the whole night. Torture like this was often at night. The other prisoners fall asleep and don't see it. It often prevents other prisoners from knowing the truth. Later, during this detention, I was held in a confinement room. There was no water, no bathroom, no bed, no window. I was cuffed and in a standing position for 30 days and nights in the hottest part of summer. I was not allowed to sit down, not allowed going to sleep, not allowed using bathroom, not allowed to take a shower, not allowed washing my face and hands, not allowed to brush my teeth. After constantly going without sleeping for 7 days, the guards took me to their private office and using high-voltage electric batons, shocking me. During depriving sleeping tortures, I was twice without consciousness. After 30 days, I got released from the confinement cell, but they still shocked me again with high-voltage electric baton. The depriving sleeping for 30 days happened twice to me in different labor camps of China. As a result, my legs were swollen like an elephant's legs. I couldn't walk normally for a long time. Many other innocent people on my face were in detention. Some could not bear the torture, so they wrote down a statement and did what they were told. Before, they would not think about their faith. During one of my detentions in labor camp at night, they deceived me to give me hope by having a discussion with me about my religion. Feeling positive when I was brought to the police women guard's office. There were 11 other prisoners already there. They made a circle around me. And the head of the police women guards cuffed my hands and my back, then left. They enlisted the other prisoners to torture me. Those prisoners began to hit me brutally. They hit my head with the heel of women's high-heel shoe, punching and fisting my vest, slapping my face. To prevent my crying, they stuck a big towel into my mouth to gag me. After a few hours, they made a shift change to hit me constantly. After 3 days and nights, they dragged me in front of a mirror. With only a small gap between my eyelids, I did not recognize myself. My eyes were all black and twisted. You couldn't see my eyeball. I can't forget that terrible figure in the mirror, even now. At last, I couldn't get up at all from being beaten, so they shoved me in an isolated room. However, they continually had other prisoners brainwashing me day and night. They tried to make me go mental and mad by this way. Other prisoners of conscience did break down mentally. Some wrote what the guards wanted by this way. Then CCP took advantage of this, showing their madness to the public and blaming their religion for causing them to go mentally insane. The people would believe it and fear and hate us. Many neighbors, family members, and co-workers turned fundamental practitioners into the place this way. I went on a hunger strike to prevent these endless tortures. I feared breaking down mentally. It was the only non-violent way to go against that violence and keep my beliefs and remain a good person. For 10 months, I refused to eat and never give up. Whatever happened, no matter what they did in jail. A doctor often came and used a thick tube to push into my nose to force feed me. She put it in and out repeatedly many times to make me suffering with bleeding and pain. Sometimes they put it into my lungs. During the hunger strike, when I was in the jail hospital, when my weight was down to 30 kilograms, I tried to do meditation to help myself. A policeman guard showed up with a cigarette in his mouth. I took a long, thick steel whip. He whipped my head with strings. It shocked me so terribly that I couldn't hold my body standing. I couldn't help to fall down, and then he cupped my hand on the bed the whole night. After he left, one half of the nurses appeared. She pointed at me with one hand and abused me with very dirty words, and she repeated that I must die there. I lost 35 kilograms during the hunger strike. I was dying. The jail hospital refused to keep me in case I died there, and they would be blamed by my family and friends. The CCP finally called my old parents to pick me up so I could die at home. In 2007, I was in several prisons. The doctors and nurses gave me a lot of medical examinations during that time. It made me to feel abnormal and worried because they tortured me so badly and did not care if I died. They did not take care of my injuries or illnesses. Farandafa practitioners in jail were separated from the other criminal prisoners, but only before they examined them. They had examination many times, much more than others or criminal prisoners. They drew my blood at least once a month during the time I was in the jail hospital when I was on hunger strike. But they did not care whether I could bear the cruel torture with my weak body. Those abnormal phenomena made me recall that before I was arrested, once I helped another Farandafa practitioner, a former friend of mine, to fix his printer, which was used to print teacher flyers to hand out to people about our meditation practice. Unfortunately, his wife had died by persecution and was believed to have been organ harvested. They tried to sue the involved CCP policemen and doctors. However, he then died, and it was believed he may have been murdered by the CCP. The Chinese news media in America, Minhui, reported the case in the United States at that time. So I had heard about how organs were being taken from living prisoners. When anyone is brainwashed or deceived by the CCP, they change and became cold and cruel and lose their human nature. I understand why there were many doctors or nurses' behaviors like emotionless monsters in the Nazi concentration camps during World War II. It is like that in China. There's no compassion permitted. In the past, we always think a doctor and a nurse are kind and gentle, like angels, because they take white coat as uniform, so we used to call them white angels. With the Communist Party, everything changed, but from traditional Chinese nature, including Chinese nurses and doctors, they are not meant to be cruel. It's because the Communist Party's decades of their system and long-time brainwashing the Chinese people, they became like Nazis. Moreover, the Communist Party controls all the media in China to slander religions and traditional culture. Anything or anyone that disagrees with the regime. That brainwashing and fear add up to the evil thoughts forced upon every Chinese, including nurses and doctors, particularly the nurses and doctors in jails or in the army. I really hope that nurses and doctors here could offer help and make justice prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shi, for your courage and bravery and presenting to our audience your personal story and the lasting impact it has had on you. Thank you also for your dedication to advancing the public and our healthcare professional community on this most important ethical dilemma. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Ethan Gutman. Mr. Gutman is an award-winning China analyst and human rights investigator. He is a senior research fellow in Chinese study at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, whose work has investigated surveillance and organ harvesting in China. He is the author of an award-winning book, The Slaughter: Mass Killings, Organ Harvesting, and China's Secret Solution to its Dissident Problem. Articles for the Asian Wall Street Journal, Investors Business Daily, The Weekly Standard, The National Review, World Affairs Journal, and other publication. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ethan Gutman.
Thank you for inviting me to speak to you today. I realize it can be tedious to listen to someone on a screen, so I'm going to keep my remarks brief and to the point, and specifically I'll provide a very brief timeline of the Chinese transplant issue. I'm going to give you some recent estimates called from my refugee testimony to provide the scale of the mass murder. I'm going to touch on one case study I call the Aksu Organ Harvesting Cluster, and I'll close by giving you some of my own views on Western medical cooperation with the Chinese transplant industry. Let's start with that timeline. Here's what we know. In the late 1980s, Chinese organ harvesting of executed prisoners becomes routine. By 1994, the first reports of live organ harvesting in the come out of the Urumqi area of Xinjiang. In 1995, Dr. Enver Tohti, a Uyghur surgeon now living in London, is ordered to extract kidneys and a liver from a living human being, a prisoner, in the Western Mountain execution ground near Urumqi. Obviously, the prisoner died, and basically Enver Tohti killed him, really. And he stitched up the body a little bit so that if the family saw it, they wouldn't be too shocked or whatever. Now, in 1997, following the Gulja massacre, Uyghur political and religious prisoners are harvested on a small scale on behalf of high-ranking Chinese Communist Party cadres. And this happens in two cities, in Gulja, but mainly in Urumqi. And we're talking just about a handful of organs in this case. In 1999, the Falun Gong persecution begins. This is the largest action of scale by Chinese state security since the Cultural Revolution. 2001, with approximately 2 million Falun Gong in Chinese Laogai system, Falun Gong prisoners are singled out for retail organs only examinations. Now, these are examinations that tend to look mainly at the kidneys and the liver and the heart, and to some extent the lungs. That becomes a bigger issue later on. In 2002, wait times for foreign organ tourists are reported to be 2 weeks or less. 2003, incarcerated Tibetans and house Christians receive retail organs only examinations. In 2007, Chinese medical establishment claims they are performing 10,000 transplants a year. Now, at this point, I'll just give you one number. My estimate based on personal camp refugee testimony is that 65,000 Falun Gong were harvested for their organs between 2001 and the end of 2007. 2012 individual Chinese hospital numbers reveal that China is actually performing, at a minimum, 60,000 transplants per year. 2014, Chinese police enter Falun Gong homes. These are Falun Gong who are not in prison, labor camp, in detention centers. They're homes. And they take blood and DNA samples compatible with tissue typing. In 2016, Beijing forces 10 million Uyghurs to give blood samples compatible with DNA and tissue typing. Han Chinese are exempt from these medical checkups or tests, and none of my witnesses, Uyghur witnesses, Kazakh witnesses, received any follow-up medical treatment after these medical checks. They were pretty much done for what it appears to me to be for organ harvesting and or surveillance purposes. 2017, camps are constructed across Xinjiang, and they are capable of holding well over 1 million prisoners, and some people say as high as 2 million. Uyghur, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, and Hui prisoners are given bi-monthly health checks compatible with cross-matching for organs now in camp. 2017, export-only fast lanes for human organs, so-called green passageways, appear in airports throughout Xinjiang. 2018, an order is given to construct 9 crematoriums in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. The first completed crematorium in Urumqi hires 50 Han Chinese security guards, and they're paid $1,200 a month, which is an extraordinarily high salary for that region of the country. 2020, field research in Central Asia is used to create an estimate of annual transplant volume from the Xinjiang camps, and that's my field research, and I'll go into that briefly. Over the last 3 years, I've interviewed over 20 Xinjiang camp refugees in Europe, Turkey, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan. Now, these were wide-ranging interviews on all aspects, rape, sterilization, forced labor. But my underlying focus was on medical exams and disappearances. And I can say with some certainty that there are 2 kinds of people who leave the Xinjiang camps early. The first are young people. They're about 18 years old, often female. The announcement that they're graduating is often made during lunch. Sometimes light applause is even encouraged. Graduation is a euphemism for forced labor. It means you're going out to a factory out east or you're picking cotton. Now, the second group's average age is usually 28 or 29 years old. This is the exact stage of physical development that the Chinese medical establishment prefers for organ harvesting. Now, following a camp-wide health check, individuals, they get, including comprehensive blood tests, and certain individuals then are cross-matched for harvesting. How do we know this? Well, for example, Saragol, a Chinese teacher, Kazakh woman, but a Chinese teacher, so she had significantly higher status in the camp. She had access to a kind of makeshift faculty lounge. And she also had access to printouts of the blood tests. They'd actually put them right up on the wall. And pink check marks had been added to certain names. Now, other witnesses in other camps recalled that certain individuals, after following the tests, were forced to wear colored bracelets or vests in some cases. Either way, approximately a week after those tests, the color-coded individuals would vanish in the middle of the night. There was no applause for these people. There's no recognition, and to speak of them once they had disappeared was dangerous because they were, as Orwell would put it, they were unpersons. Witness testimony from approximately 20 camps is highly consistent on this. Between 2.5 to 5% annual disappearances for the 28-year-old age group. Now, if we assume that at any given time since 2017, there are approximately 1 million Uyghurs, Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and Hui in the camps, that means that 25,000 to 50,000 camp detainees are being harvested for their organs every year. The Kilgore-Matus-Gutman report of 2016 estimated China's total transplant volume as 60,000 to 100,000 annually. Now, 28-year-olds from the Xinjiang camps It can be theoretically harvested for 2 or 3 organs, possibly more, but usually about 2 or 3 organs, translating into a minimum of 50,000 organs or a maximum of 150,000 organs. It's clearly possible to dial these numbers up or down depending on transplant industry demand. This is all theoretical in a sense, or it involves a lot of numbers, but what does this actually look like in practice? And actually we have a kind of a picture of that. Now you'll have to picture it here. I'm not going to show the images because it's a little distracting in a short talk. But we are looking, imagine a re-education camp for 16,000 people. Now imagine a hospital, the Aksu Infection Hospital, that performs organ transplants. Now imagine a second camp for 33,000 people built around that hospital. Imagine a large crematorium, and now imagine that all these structures are less than 1 kilometer away from each other. A Uyghur male who was in and out of the Aksu prison system explained to me that the Aksu Infection Hospital was originally used for SARS patients. By 2013, it had evolved into a treatment center for extreme Muslim dissidents, a re-education hospital. The associated crematorium, he knew it well, has a prominent sign, and as he put it, the air smells like burnt bones. Another Uyghur male from the Aksu area drove by the crematorium every day, and he adds the smell was a common complaint among local workers. Now, it's a 20-minute drive from that crematorium and the Aksu Infection Hospital to the Aksu Airport, and a human organ transport channel, a so-called green passageway, to move human organs east. Now, I've identified one probable end user near Shanghai for those organs. That's the first hospital, Zhejiang Province. And it's a big brother to Aksu Infection Hospital in the Chinese system. And First Hospital liver transplants increased by 90% in 2017, and kidney transplants increased by 200%. On March 1st, 2020, First Hospital performed the world's first COVID double lung transplant on a COVID patient. I mean, as a COVID patient, clean lungs are brought in, double lung transplant. This was a flare in the night sky for foreign organ tourists, and I'm sure that's why the Chinese did it. They gave it a lot of press. And they were saying a very clear message that even during the pandemic, China was open for business. Now, let me conclude now with an idea. As a child, even as a fairly young child, I knew that if a citizen of the Soviet Union disagreed with their government, they could be sent to a mental hospital. I also knew that my parents, and one of them was a psychologist, the other was a psychoanalyst, didn't think that was okay. In fact, neither did the rest of the psychiatric community. Even our neighbors, the Gamsons, I knew talked about it sometimes. And the fact is, from 1971 on, the World Psychiatric Association routinely denounced their Soviet counterparts over systematic torture of Russian dissidents. Now, the guided tours of Soviet mental hospitals were dismissed as Potemkin villages. Soviet psychoanalysts were not welcome at Western conferences. They couldn't publish in Western journals. There was no joint development of psychoactive drugs. There was no academic exchanges. There was no study abroad. There was no hospital exchanges or tours. It didn't matter where you stood on the Vietnam War, or whether you were a Democrat or a Republican, or from North America or from Europe or from Japan. The Western consensus was that the Soviet psychiatric system represented a dangerous perversion of medicine, and reform was clearly impossible. But the fact is, we couldn't eradicate the Soviet virus, but we could quarantine it. And yet, here's the irony. We actually know more about Chinese transplant hospitals, significantly more, than we ever knew about Soviet mental hospitals. The current problem is the Western medical community's response. Beijing very early on read the motivations of the Western doctors this way. You say that you're here to help, but you're weak. You hunger for the status that we can provide. You're afraid of our anger. You're afraid of causing offense, of being seen as somehow intolerant. Above all, you're afraid of missing out on the financial opportunities of a China-run world. And to avoid being left behind, you'll rationalize nearly anything. So Chinese transplant reform was declared, and it had its cheerleaders on both sides. And it had semantic games, it had voluntary donation numbers based on equations, and it had an endless string of false assurances. And that's been going on for a decade. The only reform, in fact, that occurred was that Chinese harvesting became more efficient and focused on a single ethnic population in a discrete geographic area. And even then, some of my Uyghur witnesses have described seeing Falun Gong in their camps, which indicates that Falun Gong are still being harvested as well. This is a human rights catastrophe. It was created by Beijing, but it was continuously enabled by a handful of Western surgeons who thought they could ride the Chinese dragon and come back home as if everything was okay. And now that's changing, starting with the lung and heart transplant doctors of America, who've recently announced a policy which will stop further Chinese participation in our medical journals and other venues. And that's a real act of courage. That's not the majority opinion in the medical community yet. But that's why it's so important. They started a fire. And I'll be addressing those doctors next year in person, and I consider that a real honor. And I consider it a real honor to be here today. Because at the core of nursing, as I understand it, I'm not a nurse, but there's an oath and there's a code of ethics. And that code of ethics goes to the core of medicine itself. And nursing is clearly the heart of Western medical culture. So I don't have to tell you that live organ harvesting of political and religious dissidents goes against every aspect of that oath and that code of ethics. But the important point is this: by your presence here, by considering what I and so many other researchers have established, by considering collective action in any form, you become a critical linchpin. You may be the way forward. So let's be clear on this one last aspect. We don't have to invent anything new here. The precedent is clear. Abolish all Western contact with the mainland Chinese transplant industry. No Chinese transplant surgeons or nurses, for that matter, in our medical journals, our universities, our conferences, and our hospitals. And a freeze on all sales of surgical equipment, pharmaceutical development, and testing in China. That concludes my statement. Thank you very much for hearing me out. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for that most interesting history and insight into the transplantation of living transplant donors and the China government's involvement and advocacy for the atrocities against humanity that we so desperately need to learn about and become involved with to be part of the movement to stop the practice. Thank you for your lifetime work. Next, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Zhang Li. Ms. Li is also a forced organ harvesting witness. The story she will be sharing with us today is heart-wrenching and truly drives home the devastating practices used to persecute religious practitioners and perpetrate violent acts of torture and suffering upon. Ms. Li is originally from China, but now resides here in the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Li.
我叫姜丽，我父亲姜喜清是重庆市，中国的主要城市，地税局的官员，于1996年得法，从未放弃修炼。2000年底至2001年初被绑架关押在重庆市江津区洗脑班1个月，工资职称备降。由单位的人监视我父亲。2008年5月14日，我母亲在发真相资料被人举报，江津区610公安局、政法委、地税局等20几人到我父亲家抄家，由转法人、打印机、退党名单等，把我父亲绑架到江津区拘留所，关了3个多月，被送重庆市西三平劳教所劳教1年。2009年1月27日，中国大陆农历正月初2下午3点过，我和家属到重庆市西三平劳教所探视父亲姜喜清。父亲一切正常。隔天1月28日下午3点40分，西三平劳教所打电话通知家属姜平，父亲姜喜清在当天下午2点40分去世，对方给一个无名电话后挂机。我和家人随后开车赶往去看父亲姜喜清。我们到了重庆市施家梁殡仪馆，看到殡仪馆旁边停了很多警车，他们把我们带到殡仪馆的一间屋子，给我们宣布殡仪馆的规章制度：一、只能见5分钟；二、不准带相机、摄像机及通讯设备；三、只准2人到洞库看望遗体头部。便衣带家人江红和张大民去洞库，在洞库门口搜身。随后有人说把冰柜打开，只能看头部。在场一人去打开，冰柜是2层，1层3个格，我父亲姜喜清在第2层中间1个格。江红垫着脚看到了爸爸，江红就用手去摸父亲的脸，发现爸爸的人中还是热的。江红惊叫：“我爸爸还是活的！”在场的人都目瞪口呆，互相张望。江和斌听到后赶到冰柜，把爸爸的身体拉出一半，摸胸口发现是热的，然后亲人们都跑进来，都去摸父亲的身体，发现身体确实是热的。随后我们7人就把姜喜清从冰柜拖出来放在地上，亲人们喊道：“快救人了，救救我爸爸吧！”我们正要剪开父亲的衣服检查，大姐准备给父亲做人工呼吸，那些便衣惊醒过来，一个女人说：“反正我手里有医院开的死亡证明。”我把爸爸抽起来检查身体有没有伤痕，有的把爸爸抽起来有的解衣扣，但江红、姜丽、江平、张大民等7人被强行拖出洞库大门。李家手里的相机被便衣强行抢走后，他们算出了李家用数码相机给姜喜清从冰柜 里拖出来，放在地上照的三张照片。姜丽的手被划破，他们就把江喜清的身体推进冰柜，并叫我们马上签字火化我父亲。我们严厉地告诉他们，父亲没死，不签字。他们既然说家属不签字，照样把人火化。当时江红兵还用手机号133-102-10277打110报警。通话后，对方问在什么地方，江红兵说在重庆市北碚区移动殡仪馆检查站。报警内容：我父亲没死，为什么放在冰柜里面冻着？我呼救110，快来人吧。对方讲喊他们不要动了就挂机。江红兵奔哭告诉便衣们不要动了，放在地上，喊江平守着爸爸。但是他们人多，他们几人架一人，就把我们拖出冻库。第二天，即1月29日，我和大姐去重庆市公安局、重庆市政府报案，并找律师。他们问我父亲因什么被劳教，一听说是练法轮功，明确地告诉我们法轮功的案子不受理。我们全家人练习法轮功，我母亲被非法判刑8年，大姐被非法判刑3年，哥哥被非法劳教3年，现被关押泰国移民监狱。三姐被非法关洗脑班监视跟踪后被迫失业。上海市公安局副局长陈九龙给我工作单位上海航空施压，要我对父亲的死保持沉默，否则开除我工作。经过3个月的施压，我没有放弃，为父亲争取正义。2009年12月，我被开除。2009年5月13日，我们聘请北京律师吕春富、张凯2位律师，刚到我父亲家调查取证。江津区公安局610政法委芨江派出所协警德感中支办街道居委会共100多人，把我们家全部包围，强行撞入家中，暴打2位律师。律师李春富的手、耳朵被打出血，张凯被踩在地上狠狠地打，眼镜被打坏，2位律师的手机、电脑、律师证被抢走，手被反铐，姐姐和哥哥、嫂子也被打了受了伤。2位律师和哥哥3人被打后遭绑架到芨江派出所关押。张凯被关进派出所的铁笼子吊铐毒打，得了恐惧症。2009年6月，重庆市江津区检察院派人到上海找我，要求我同意我父亲的事私了，给我30万人民币，把我妈妈假释出来。我妈被判8年，我不同意。2009年9月，上海市公安局副局长陈九龙给我单位施压，是上海航空，于2009年12月开除我工作。2013年7月，重庆市江津区公安局又来上海找我私了我父亲的事情。他们的要求是，只要我父亲的事不追究，叫我随便开价都可以，被我拒绝。我说我父亲的冤案一天得不到公正的处理， 那么申诉控告就一天不能平息。结语，我要告诉国际社会，我父亲在胸口温热的情况下被送入殡仪馆的冰柜，家人当场被警方阻拦急救及检查身体，随后又在家属不在场并未表示同意的情况进行摘取器官及火化，均有录音为证。这种草菅人命的做法明显违反国家法律。我们把尸检报告给法医专家，就上海、北京、云南等及律师看，一致认为我父亲是非正常死亡。至于父亲生前是否遭到酷刑、外伤及被摘取合体器官，我们没有直接的物理证据，因为我们无法检查父亲的身体。2015年6月，我去北京最高法院、最高检察院、公安部控告前中共党魁江泽民，是他这个恶贯满盈的元凶，造成了千千万万法轮功家庭的悲剧。在这里，我呼吁全世界的善良人士一起共同制止中共的罪恶，结束对法轮功的迫害，让参与迫害我父亲及所有被迫害法轮功学员的恶人绳之以法。谢谢大家。
Ms. Lee Sheshe, thank you for your moving presentation of your personal experience with this life-changing practice of forced organ harvesting in China. You are incredibly brave, full of courage, and we want you to know that your story and presentation are testament and have inspired our commitment to become and stay involved until the practice ceases to exist. Sheshe. Our next segment will explore the ethical aspects that the nursing community should be aware of and advocate for our patients who may be considering or those who may have received an organ for transplant in China. Our next presenter is Dr. Epidemiology Rooney. Dr. Rooney is a recognized expert in forensic nursing and nursing leadership. She is the Director of Nursing Leadership Development for Ochsner Health, and she is also President of the Louisiana State Nurses Association here in the United States. She was recently named a Distinguished Fellow of the Academy of Forensic Nursing and is the founding chair of the Ethics Committee for the Academy of Forensic Nursing. A renowned speaker, she has presented workshops on recovering from conflict and trauma for international participants, including former prisoners of war and those serving in refugee camps. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Rooney.
Hi, my name is Epidemiology Rooney. I am so delighted to be here representing the Academy of Forensic Nursing. I am the chair of the Ethics Committee, and we will be discussing and looking at the ethical considerations of organ procurement and what we need to consider as we select persons for organ procurement, and what are the ethical considerations as it relates to the personhood, the autonomy. And so we're going to start just by exploring the most basic principles of ethics and looking at the categories of autonomy, beneficence, justice, and non-maleficence. We want to consider each of these categories as we consider the person who is possibly donating an organ. And so we know that the most extreme case, of course, forced organ donation or forced organ harvesting, as opposed to the person who is making a choice. And what does choice look like in the context of their life? And so we know that there are certain considerations when we look at persons who are incarcerated and are being offered an attenuated sentence based on their decision to donate an organ. So we understand that in that context, that choice is problematic because there is a pressure. There is an aspect of fairness. Is it fair to ask someone who's in a desperate situation to consider donating an organ to minimize their sentence? These are all things that we have to understand. And of course, since this conference is dealing specifically with forced organ donation, we know that these are situations where people are incarcerated or they're already vulnerable in the society. In other words, they are seen as marginalized persons who may not feel or have the rights, feel that they have the rights that others have, or are relegated to certain situations that impact them and their voice. That could be extreme poverty, that could be any number of different types of situations. And so, again, let's take a walk through these 4 principles of ethics and kind of understand the problem a little more. Autonomy, of course, meaning that a person has the right to decide for themselves, their full personhood, what happens to their bodies, and with the full knowledge of what is happening. Beneficence means that any decision that we are making for a person, that it should improve their condition, make things better for them, and certainly be an improvement for the greater good. As far as justice is concerned, certainly we want to ensure that there's fairness, equity in making these decisions. And as we described before, the problem of inequities that exist when we're talking about vulnerable populations can certainly make this a problematic, I would use the word choice, but is it really a choice in the context of their life and the pressure that they have to make a decision or not make a decision? Justice, we just wrote it over. Non-maleficence means, of course, that we want to do no harm to the person. So by taking their organs, will they be harmed? And will they be impaired? How will they be impacted? Is this good for them? Is this not good for them? And so those are some of the principles that we want to understand. When we're looking at the nursing ethical considerations, we know that we practice with compassion and respect for the inherent dignity, worth, and unique attributes of every person. And we promote and advocate for the rights and health and safety of our patients or the populations that we serve. So in this case, as a nurse who is entering this discussion on forced organ harvesting, you can understand that the rights of the person are of utmost concern and consideration, and of course advocating for people who in their situation, whatever context they're in, is voiceless or feels powerless. As it relates to our responsibility to our nursing practice and making decisions, we have to be consistent with our obligation to promote health and to provide optimal care. And so looking at the consideration of being involved in any kind of market or trade for organs, it can be problematic. Another issue that is also common with organ procurement and problematic is who receives the organ. So how is that organized, tiered? What are the preferences that are being given to different people? Is anyone benefiting from this? And if so, how? And again, is that providing optimal care for the people who need the care, or how are people being selected for these choices? And the nurse collaborates with other health professionals and the public to protect human rights and promote health diplomacy and reduce health disparities. And again, clearly we understand that persons who are being put in the position to have their organs taken from them, stolen from them, clearly is an act that is possible because of their position in society, their position in the world. and the urgency that we have to ensure that we do reduce health disparities and improve the opportunities for people to not have, to become victims of forced organ harvesting is probably the most important aspect of this that we can consider, that people's personhood, their rights are being ensured, and people who are prisoners or people who, for whatever reason, have less rights in society still have the basic human rights that every person does, to full personhood, to informed consent, to understanding the impact of their decisions and or what's happening to them. And that is central to this discussion. So in healthcare, we want to make sure that the person and the patient and the population and the communities are always at the center of our care. And that is one of the most basic ethical principles that we can understand, is that we are here to advocate for the health and well-being of every person that we possibly can. I thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate your listening to these ethical considerations. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. I'd be delighted to discuss this further.
Thank you, Dr. Rooney, for that informative presentation on the foundations of ethics and the implications for nursing consideration. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Arthur Kaplan. Dr. Kaplan is a renowned professor and researcher of medical ethics who has been for many years widely published and is an expert on the topic of ethics in transplant medicine. He is head of the Division of Bioethics at New York University Langone Medical Center and former chair of the Department of Medical Ethics at the Sidney D. Kaplan Professor of Bioethics at the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine in Philadelphia. We are honored to have Dr. Kaplan with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Arthur Kaplan.
Hi, I'm Art Kaplan. I'm at the Division of Medical Ethics at New York University's Grossman School of Medicine in New York City. And I have been running a project on transplantation ethics there for the past 10 years. Been looking at organ donation, distribution of organs, emergence of xenografts using pigs, issues around face transplant, uterus transplant, many other questions. I also served as the co-chair of a major United Nations European Union task force on organ trafficking. So I've been very interested, concerned about issues around organ transplantation around the world. And sad to say, I still believe that there are major issues in the People's Republic of China with respect to organ transplantation that you need to be aware of, that you need to be alert to. Historically, in order to secure public trust in organ transplant, we had to create a framework of moral principles so that people would not worry about the ethics of what was being done to their loved ones when they died or to their own bodies when they died. So one key framework principle that was put in place was that we only take organs from the dead when they are vital organs without which the person could not live. So a heart or a liver cannot be removed until death has been pronounced. And we call that the dead donor rule. And we are very insistent, both in the United States and other countries, that death be pronounced by a team of doctors who are not connected to organ transplantation, so that no one worries that corners were cut or not sufficient effort was made to save the life of the person who died. So the dead donor rule and the pronouncement of brain death by independent doctors, not connected to organ procurement, very, very important to cementing public trust. We also arrived at a framework where we say organs have to be obtained by gifts through voluntary donation, meaning that you don't pay people for their parts and you don't just take organs from people. They have to give them, and they have to give them freely of their own free will. This notion is altruistic donation. And again, it's there to keep public faith in the idea that no one is stealing body parts, which has happened historically, for transplant, and that no one is being exploited for their body parts when they die by paying exorbitant fees to poor people. We also insist that it be a choice when you're making an altruistic donation, that you have to understand the options. You can do it, you can not do it. You won't be penalized if you decide not to do it. Nothing will happen. You won't get a bigger bill. There are no adverse consequences if you don't want to be an organ donor. We try to encourage people to register before they die to indicate that they want to be an organ donor, to discuss it with their families, so that their choice is thought through and people know what their wishes are upon death about organ donation. If there is no indication by the deceased, then we allow family members, next of kin, to make those decisions, hopefully based on what the person who died would have wanted. And we also look to make sure that the choice is not coerced, pressured, that no one feels that they have to do something in order to please their doctors or the government or anyone else. You're totally free and must be to make your own choice about cadaver organ donation. And for that matter, living kidney donation when that is available as an option as well. Last important principle is that the organs be distributed, that we get fairly, that everyone who needs them have a fair chance to get a transplant, that we not just give them to rich people, that we not just skew them toward a particular race or religion or ethnicity, that organ donation within a country is a common resource, and that everyone should have a chance to receive a transplant on a relatively equal footing. So that's the moral framework that we've got. Unfortunately, there continue to be reasons for concern about what's going on in China, identified recently by many international groups, transplant organizations, but these problems have been going on for decades. The large number of transplants that are done in China, and it's an enormous number, aren't consistent with the reported figures on cadaver organ donation and living kidney donation that come out of the country. So there's a huge gap between how many transplants China says it does every year and what they report for figures for organ donation. They're just out of step. And there's really no other place to turn to get organs if you're not getting them out of a donor pool, other than to take them from people without their permission, or to try and coerce a choice where someone maybe isn't sure that they want to donate. And one population that has been targeted by the Chinese government is prisoners. As I think everyone watching this video knows, sadly, prisoners in China can range from political prisoners to people who practice Falun Gong and are more spiritual or religious prisoners. Penalties in China can vary widely in terms of long prison sentences that don't really have much to do with the kind of crimes that we might associate in the West with a prison sentence. So being the wrong ethnic group, holding a spiritual view that the government sees as threatening, can wind up putting you in prison. So in that sense, going to prisoners to get organs means that you're going to a population that maybe is inappropriately imprisoned. And we've had a history of admitted abuse of prisoners, just killing them for their parts without permission, and discovered abuses, people reporting on these barbaric practices of murder to get parts over the years. China has said it's going to do better. They admitted past abuses, but still the numbers of transplants being done are much too big relative to the supply of organs that they themselves say they've got. So we still have reasons for concern, particularly if you're in nursing. If that's your background, nursing is, through its code of ethics, committed, through its professional organizations, through its individual practitioners, to always articulate nursing values, which include respect for persons, respect for human dignity, and to try and integrate principles of social justice into nursing and health policy. That's Principle 9, for example, of the ANA Code of Ethics. And it is not consistent with those values to force prisoners, coerce prisoners who aren't really supposed to be prisoners into saying that they want to donate when in fact they're being pressured to do so, when they don't really have time to think about it, when they'd be penalized if they didn't say they agreed to it, and when the whole process of informed consent isn't documented or subject to any transparency. So I think nurses have a special obligation to be wary of what's going on in China right now in transplant, still to try and bring pressure on the government to improve and modify practices that especially involve prisoners, to try and also protest if information is put into journals, including nursing journals, that comes from China about transplantation, unless it is clear what the provenance is of the organs that are being reported on in transplant research or in epidemiological information. If it's clear that the data being reported on is just coming from voluntary cadaver donation, okay. But if it isn't clear, or that's not made clear in the paper, then I think nursing, medicine, and other fields should still stand firm and say, we can't share that information if organs were obtained in ways that are not consistent with the worldwide accepted moral framework of voluntary altruism and fair distribution. So given the body of evidence that the government of the People's Republic still stands alone in continuing to systematically support the procurement of organs and tissues from executed prisoners without transparency about how they do and determine brain death, without reassurance that the people who die are pronounced dead by people who have nothing to do with trying to get organs, without transparency and public audit about how, in fact, consent is being obtained from prisoners, then I think we are still in a situation where we have to condemn practices in China, demand more visits by outsiders to see what's going on, ask for better documentation than we're currently seeing about what prisoners do or don't do, and why it is that certain prisoners who are there, as I say, because of their religious beliefs, spiritual beliefs, political beliefs, or ethnicity, are not being used as organ sources because they are unjustly imprisoned. This means that we should not be in the journals accepting papers from China about transplant, or at meetings accepting presentations until we can be sure where the organs came from and that they were obtained morally. And we should not be recommending to patients that they go to China in order to get a transplant. Many do because they think they can jump the queue in the US or other countries and get more rapid access in China. Rapid access to, say, a liver transplant means that you're probably killing someone on demand so that the organ is there when the person comes from another country to receive it. Very suspicious that someone could say, I can get you an organ within 2 or 3 weeks of your being here that matches you, unless really practices are not ethical. So I do think there's much to be concerned about still in China. I think the medical, nursing, and other health professions have a duty, according to their own codes of ethics, to try and monitor what's taking place, call for change. Look, China is a very sophisticated country. It has very good science, often excellent medicine, wants to be a worldwide figure in terms of biomedical research, clinical medicine, and I think they will still be open to pressure, be open to calls for change, because they don't want to be seen and shouldn't be seen as an outlier relative to what the rest of the world believes is the right way to proceed in obtaining organs and tissues for transplant. So thank you for watching. Again, I'm Art Kaplan at the NYU Division of Medical Ethics at Grossman School of Medicine. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Dr. Kaplan, for your comprehensive presentation on the ethical issues that have history in the transplant industry. We are appreciative of your time and expertise as you have shared with us on this multifaceted issue and human rights violation. Next, I'd like to introduce and welcome Dr. Rose Constantino. Dr. Constantino is an associate professor and Fulbright scholar, a BSN graduate of Adventist University in the Philippines, then a master's and a PhD at the University of Pittsburgh. Dr. Constantino received her JD law degree at Duquesne University. She teaches forensic nursing at the University of Pittsburgh School of Nursing Forensic Nursing Program. Please welcome me, Dr. Rose Constantino.
Hello, I'm Rose Constantino, presenting to you the International Organ Trafficking to the Academy of Forensic Nursing. Understanding the depth and breadth of international organ trafficking and forced organ harvesting is complex and comes in synergy with global human crimes. I use the umbrella form of international organ trafficking with forced organ harvesting as its derivative of the crimes that are committed to humans. We have the objectives: define international organ trafficking, explore IOT's relationship with political repressions in countries with poor human rights records, discuss the uniqueness of IOT among transnational crimes. This map is developed by the Global Financial Integrity, and it estimates 840 million to 1.7 billion the annual value of organ trafficking globally. And this comes under this transplantation of corneas, lungs, heart, liver, kidneys. And the definition of organ trafficking is the recruitment, transport, transfer, harboring, or receipt of living or deceased persons on their organs by means of the threat or use of force or other forms of coercion, abduction, or fraud, deception, or the abuse of power, or a position of vulnerability for the giving to or the receiving by a third party of payments. And this is done with the development by the position that is said by the United States of America and its definition. The characteristics of organ trafficking refers to a range of criminal activities: illegal organ harvesting from dead or living persons, illegal sale and transplantation of human organs, enslavement and coercion to obtain organs, trafficking of persons, especially women and children, marketing of tissue cells, and other human body parts. That they call it red market. The markups. The markups are so egregious, 500% to 2,000, costing them 100 to 237,000. This is during May 2017. Individuals who sell or provide organs are deceased persons, living persons, living person who consent but misled in the procurement and the procedure of recovery, and displaced persons in conflict settings. There are legal frameworks for organ transplantation. The United Nations, for example, have a protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking, especially to women and children, supplementing the United Nations Convention Against Transplantation Organ Crime and also the Palermo Protocol. The World Health Organization also has guiding principles, and they really are looking at the orderly, ethical, and legal frameworks for the acquisition of and transplantation of human organs, cells, tissues, and others. The Declaration of Istanbul, the Declaration of Istanbul on organ trafficking and transplant tourism, updated in 2018, has the principle of strengthening the legal and ethical organ transplant and preventing organ trafficking. Also, regional approaches are being held by other countries, and they assert that high poverty index and low educational levels predispose the risk of organ trafficking. The U.S. government also have a response to this, and it's really kind of lukewarm somehow, because they start with reporting. The U.S. government reports specific countries as trafficking in persons. TIP, they call it trafficking in persons. And they report usually cases that treats and also looks at people in a way that they are conducive to organ removal. And they think that there is a country, Mozambique, thinks that people with albinism are vulnerable to trafficking for organ removal. In Vietnam, adults are subjected to trafficking and organ removal. And in China, they're accused of involuntary organ harvesting with prisoners. So they have sanctions. The Department of Treasury, Office of Foreign Assets Control, sanctions of individuals in organ trafficking. For example, a surgeon in Pakistan believes to be involved in kidnapping, wrongful confinement, and removal of organs as human rights abuser and corrupt actors. Investigations and prosecutions in law enforcement agencies and the United Department of Justice also looks at charges for individuals who acquire, receive, transfer human organs for for valuable price, and also they have accused of conspiracy. Now there's an information gap. The information gap is really between reducing the demand for traffic organs and increasing donation to decrease organ trafficking. And the United States also places restrictions in U.S.-funded medical training and sales of medical equipment. To Stop Forced Organ Trafficking Act, there is an act that's by the Senate and by the House, H.R. 1592 and Senate Bill 602. They're similar bills, but one is from the House and one is from the Senate, but they restrict the U.S.-funded medical training and also medical equipment. Okay, so what can we do with the issues in ethical and legal problems? Ethical issue is really looking at autonomy. It recognizes the rights of individuals to self-determination coming from the principle of respect for persons, an ability to make informed decision about their personal matters. And justice, it's another ethical principle. Fairness, do unto others as you would like others do unto you. And the non-malfeasance, primum non nocere, first do no harm. Now the law really looks at convictions, like for example an Israeli surgeon who is now living in the United States has been convicted for 3 counts of acquiring, receiving, transferring human organs for valuable consideration and also conspiracy. So the role of the forensic nurse, I was just getting to this with the students that we have a class right now called forensic nursing. But I call this that you have to calm down literally and figuratively, collaborating. By collaborating, we are able to advocate in forced organ harvesting. In collaboration, we become better advocates, and advocating, we are able to listen, to understand the depths and the breadths of this forced organ harvesting, and also we'll be able to manage unfathomable crimes that are committed by other people, because it's big business. Collaborate. Again, I would like to say that we have a strong hold on education and research. And I'm calling on the editors of journals, books, and to seminars and webinar planners, reject papers that are connected to human trafficking. Manuscripts and presentations from authors and countries that protect organ trafficking or forced organ harvesting. I call on the Academy of Forensic Nursing to educate all nurses and lay workers on the ethical, legal, and sociocultural risk and criminality associated with organ trafficking and forced organ harvesting. The role of the forensic nurse might be muted right now, but it's up to us to collaborate with others. The organ trafficking can be also used to, we can communicate further in this, looking at organ skills that we have in communication, be brief, drawing others and listening, observation, going out for noting the feelings that others have, feeling the reactions of others, morale building, because these people, the donors, really are in hard social, cultural, financial placement in where they are living. They can come from the United States and go to foreign countries, but also they can come from foreign countries and go to the United States and other countries. The ability to face and accept emotional situations, we have to do all that. Okay, so that there is two questions here that I would like to pose. Which country kills prisoners for forced organ harvesting? And it's in number 4, reference number 4. And what is the difference between presumed and expressed consent? And that's also in the thing. But presumed consent in organ procurement really is presuming that the country or the person is willing to donate the organ. And express consent, and that's also, that's the United States principle, the person will not be an organ donor unless he or she states that he will be a donor. So those are the difference of the two. And countries that are really doing presumed consent are like Belgium, countries like Austria, France, Colombia, Norway, Italy, Singapore, and other countries. Okay. So thank you very much. I hope you would look at the references that I have and then talk more about how we can do as a unit, as a whole academy, members of the academy, to look at organ harvesting and also organ trafficking. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Constantino. We appreciate your presentation on the complexity of the ethical and legal ramifications of forced organ harvesting that are important to consider during patient care encounters and in our practices, wherever they may be. Your research questions, I want to assure you, will be addressed and will be an aim of the Academy of Forensic Nursing's research work product. I assure you that as the chair of that committee. We now move to the next segment, which includes a 22-minute film on medical genocide, a powerful and critically acclaimed documentary. Second to the United States, China performs the most organ transplants in the world, yet has few voluntary donors, relying instead on taking organs from prisoners without consent. Based on a decade of research, this documentary reveals the true source of China's organ sources and exposes ongoing crimes against humanity, persecuting millions with tens of thousands of innocent victims killed each year. Upon completion of the film, we will return for the second half of the program and additional presenters. So please be sure to stay connected, watch the film, and then rejoin us for the next segment immediately following the film. We'll go now to the film.
China is the most populated nation on Earth. and home to a booming organ transplant industry. However, over the past decade, reports have emerged that the majority of organs are not sourced from death row prisoners and donations, as stated by officials, but rather from innocent prisoners of conscience murdered on demand. Researchers across the globe are uncovering new evidence that shows the true nature and scale of these abuses. In June 2016, 3 independent investigators jointly published a 680-page report of irrefutable evidence.
China, to my knowledge, is the only country in the world where the government-run industrial program kills people and sells their organs.
Endless hospitals in here. We go into them in great detail. We're talking about a very large hospital, endless amounts of transplant surgeons and transplant teams.
I was really surprised how high the number was. I mean, as I say, it's multiple between 6 and 10 of the official figures.
Hearings were held by the U.S. Congress, the British Parliament, the European Parliament, and the Canadian Parliament. The U.S. House of Representatives unanimously passed a resolution condemning the systematic state-sanctioned organ harvesting from non-consenting prisoners of conscience. China's killing for organs is making a major appearance across media outlets all over the world. In 2006, it first came to light that prisoners of conscience were being killed on demand for organ transplants in secret detention facilities throughout China. The first 2 researchers to investigate were David Kilgore, former Canadian Secretary of State for Asia Pacific, and David Matus, an international human rights lawyer.
When we started in 2006, I didn't know where the trials would lead or what the conclusion would be. The initial surprise and disappointment was that this was true, that it was happening throughout China, and it was happening from 2001 to the date of our report.
Kilgore and Matus released their first report in July 2006 and later published the book Bloody Harvest. Around the same time, Ethan Gutman, an independent investigative journalist based in London, spent 7 years doing his own research before publishing The Slaughter in 2014.
We made the point that it was really prisoners of conscience, we believe, are making up the bulk of these organs that are out there. And we came, as David Kilgore and David Matus and I, came to this from the same conclusion from very different, using very different procedures, but we did come to that conclusion.
The investigators joined forces, researched hundreds of transplant hospitals in China, and released their new report in 2016. The 3 investigators were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for their work. Discovering exactly how large the transplant industry is in China and how many victims there have been is difficult. The researchers spent a decade piecing together the evidence. For example, in September 2013, Director Zhu Jiye of the Liver Transplant Center at the People's Hospital of Peking University told China Economic Weekly, "Our hospital conducted 4,000 liver and kidney transplants within a particular year."
So we had to cross-check everything. So when we had posted volume numbers, we cross-checked it against staff, against beds, against research publications, against media reports, against the purchase of immunosuppressive drugs. I mean, every which way we could. And what we were able to do by all this cross-checking is develop a consistent picture. And in that particular case, we came to the conclusion that, yes, this claim of 4,000 was real.
Shenzhen Central Hospital, they have 500 beds. It's actually over that now. 500 dedicated transplant beds. Now, they were claiming in their internal communications at several points to be doing 131% occupancy. What that means, again, 20 to 30-day stay, or what it suggests is they're doing about 5,000 transplants per year.
These examples show that China's official claim of 10,000 transplants per year is easily surpassed by just a few hospitals. But these two hospitals are just the tip of the iceberg. The investigators found that more than 1,000 transplant hospitals applied for permits from the Ministry of Health in 2007 to continue doing transplants. That suggests these hospitals met the ministry's minimum capacity requirement for transplant centers it certifies.
169 were eventually selected. If you assume hospitals just operating at the minimums, never mind actual, our actual estimate is closer to 100,000 a year.
The researchers found other evidence of a massive transplant system, some of it from Chinese officials themselves. He Xiaoxun, a member of the expert committee of the Human Organ Donation Commission, stated, "The number of transplants increased by 10 times between 1999 and 2000, and further tripled by 2005. That's a 30-fold increase in 6 years." Wu Mengchao, known as the father of liver surgery in China, told the media in 2011, "China now performs the most liver transplants in the world." Since 2000, the entire United States has performed an average of about 6,000 liver transplants a year. This could be matched by just a few hospitals in China.
That they had this endless supply of organs available on demand, and the only limit was capacity. And so what you saw after 2001 was this huge building boom. New beds, new wings, new hospitals focused on transplants. And so that the volume, when the system's operating at capacity, increased year by year.
The report shows that just the 169 hospitals approved by the Ministry of Health could have performed over 1 million transplants since the year 2000. Many more hospitals were also doing transplants despite not having been certified. Organ transplantation has been continuously incorporated into the National 5-Year Plan and has become a high priority in China's national strategy. A large number of organ transplant research and training projects are funded under the major national programs and funds. The investigators found that China International Transplantation Network Assistance Center, CITNAC, listed transplant prices for foreigners on its archived website.
It was bringing in about $9 or $10 billion a year, this industrial transplant operation going on across China now. It's a lot of money. A lot of hospitals are financing a lot of their activities through that.
They're watched very, very closely indeed by the top leadership. So they're fully aware of this, as well as the fact that Wang Lijun, one of the Bo Xilai, who was a contender for the Chinese presidency, this was his right-hand man. He was the most famous policeman in all of China. And here he is directing organ trafficking. I mean, he had a center which did this. He was given an award for doing this, and specifically for coming up with a new lethal injection method. He did thousands of transplants by his own admission in the award ceremony. He talks about that.
CITNAC website stated, "We need to give all of the thanks to the government for the support extended for our completing such a large number of organ transplants every year. This is a one-of-a-kind in the world." Researchers were particularly struck by one aspect of these transplants. Unlike anywhere else in the world, they were being done on demand. In countries with advanced organ donation and allocation systems, patients must usually wait years for a donor to become available. Yet in China, waiting times are commonly in weeks. The 2006 Liver Transplant Registry report showed that 27% of samples were emergency transplants. That means they found a new liver within days or even hours.
It was back in 2005 when a patient of mine who has been on the top list of patients for human heart transplantation, came to me one day and told me that he was told by his insurance company, his Israeli insurance company, to go to China in 2 weeks' time as he was scheduled to undergo heart transplantation. And when I asked him how come such a surgery can be scheduled ahead of time, somebody has to die on the very day of the operation, he said he didn't know, and he went to China and got his heart transplantation exactly on the date that he was promised.
One hospital in southwest China claimed to have donors seeking matched recipients, and also promised, in case of failure, we will continue to perform transplants until one is successful. In 2006, a chief surgeon of the Organ Transplant Center at a traditional Chinese medicine hospital published a study of 50 patients at his hospital who had each received kidney transplants 2, 3, or 4 times.
Another example that's I can't get out of my head is a man from a country who went twice to China. First time he went, they brought him 4 sets of kidneys, and none of the 4 was compatible with him. 4 months later, he came back, and they brought him 4 more sets of kidneys, until finally the 8th kidney worked. And when we saw him, he was doing fine, but 8 human beings have been killed.
In northeastern China, the International Transplantation Network Assistance Center stated on its website, China carries out kidney transplants from living sources. It's completely different from cadaveric kidney transplants in Japan.
Because they have a bank of live donors waiting to get a match on the computer. Like some horrible restaurant where you go in and see a lobster and say, I want that lobster, and the lobster's killed. It's a crime against humanity.
The Chinese government claimed that the vast majority of organs came from death row prisoners, and later, donations. However, international organizations estimate that the number of death row executions at thousands each year since 2000, and decreasing. Chinese tradition requires that bodies remain whole after death. There was no organ donation system in China before 2010. Even today, there are very few donations. Therefore, these two sources combined account for only a tiny fraction of all transplants performed in China. China started performing transplants with organs harvested from executed prisoners at a small scale in the 70s. In the years that follow, it also started using organs from prisoners of conscience.
In 1999, the crackdown of Falun Gong starts. That is the largest action of scale by the Chinese Communist Party since the Cultural Revolution. And by 2000, 2001, that's when you have this explosion of transplant activity. We see continuity in the numbers over time. Falun Gong is as I call it, it's kind of a Buddhist revival group. It doesn't have churches and so forth, it doesn't have temples. What it has is sort of common beliefs.
These shared beliefs revolve around self-improvement based on the values of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. By the end of the 1990s, the Chinese government estimated that over 70 million of its citizens were practicing Falun Gong. Jiang Zemin, the head of the Communist Party at the time, saw Falun Gong's popularity and revival of traditional values as a threat to his rule, and launched a violent campaign to eradicate it in July 1999. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners from all over China traveled to Beijing to appeal to the central government, only to be arrested and tortured. When many refused to disclose their identities to protect their families and friends, they became part of a large, anonymous population held captive by the state. More practitioners were rounded up all across China. This is when large numbers of them started disappearing without a trace.
The official line in terms of repression of Falun Gong. The party is bankrupt them financially, ruin their reputations, destroy them physically. So that the vilification is destroying their reputations. The organ transplants is destroying them physically. There's the physical examinations, the blood testing, the organ examination, which have no other explanation than suitability for transplant.
It was like convert or die. Convert or die. Turn in your friends or die, that it's state-sponsored genocide. Because we did not expect, after the Holocaust, to see this kind of medical corruption come around again.
How can doctors, people trained to heal, harvest organs from living people for transplants? Educated and raised in China, Enver Tohti is an ethnic Uyghur surgeon, currently living in London. He was told to extract the organs from a living prisoner in 1995.
They made you disabled to think yourself. My whole body just become a robot, just performed to do what I have been programmed to do. So anybody, if they label it themselves other than communism, Communist Party or member, then they will be treated as an enemy of the state. Therefore, they are not even qualified as human beings. And therefore, they are subject to whatever punishment is available. They made you genuinely believe what you are doing is for a good cause. It is little later I realized I shortened this man's life. That is equal to a killer. I killed him. This thing is haunting me. I have to tell the world to release the things inside my heart to get a little relief.
In February 2017, Freedom House, an international human rights watchdog, published its own report on religion in China. It noted that a review of available information regarding organ transplants had found credible evidence suggesting that, beginning in the early 2000s, Falun Gong detainees were killed for their organs on a large scale. It added that the large-scale disappearance of young Uyghur men, accounts of routine blood testing of Uyghur political prisoners, and reports of mysterious deaths of Tibetans and Uyghurs in custody should raise alarm that these populations may also be victims of involuntary organ harvesting.
I think, Gina, the first thing before you believe or you decide whether or not you want to believe is you have to learn the facts. The facts are there, the books are there, the research is there. Read it. Once you read it, I'm sure there will be no other way for you but to believe it. And we have to, I'm talking about the physician, have all to be together in order to stop it immediately. Until 2005, we didn't have no law. I found out that Israeli insurance companies and HMOs have been providing reimbursement, full reimbursement for this transplant of Israelis who went to China and got these illegal organs. So together with my friends, we sat down with our parliament, the Knesset, and in 2008, the Israeli parliament has enacted the organ transplant law, which totally bans any reimbursement of illegally obtained organ transplantation anywhere around the world. And since then, not a single Israeli patient went anymore to China.
In addition to Israel, Spain, Italy, and Taiwan have passed laws restricting their citizens from traveling to China to receive an organ transplant from an illicit source.
The systematic government-sponsored harvesting of organs is a monstrous crime.
I strongly believe that the 17-year campaign to eradicate Falun Gong will be seen as one of the great shames of recent Chinese history.
Since I've been a student of the Holocaust, I feel that to a certain extent, what we're seeing is just a continuation of what we saw there in another form, which is the endless and bottomless depravity of human nature. I mean, there's no limit to the form of evil that people can sink.
When I was writing The Slaughter, I sometimes said, oh, I'm writing history, and then at the end of it, I realized I wasn't. It was actually still going on. This is a new form of genocide, and it's using the most respected members of society to implement it. This is one of the central tests of our time. We can't avoid this any longer.
Welcome back. We hope that the film was informative and compelling, and that it stirred your spirit to continue to press on for gaining knowledge and becoming involved in responding through professional and personal action. We ask your patience as we onboard our live panel of presenters. We're going to have a few minutes for this process to take place. In this interim, I'd like to remind you that you can enter your questions in the Q&A section of the webinar screen. Also, to remind you that upon successful completion of the program today and your linking as a registered attendee for the 5 contact units that will be awarded for continuing education through the Academy of Forensic Nursing. We also encourage you to visit DoctorsAgainstForcedOrganHarvesting.org or DAFOH.org, and to the Academy of Forensic Nursing website, GOAFN, GOAFN.org. Later in our program, you'll be hearing from our distinguished panelists to respond to your questions. Our presenters will include Mr. Ethan Gutman, Ms. Deborah Holbrook, Ms. Deborah Collins-Perica, Dr. Rose Constantino, Madam Geraldine Monti, Dr. Jennifer Johnson, and Dr. Akoi Rooney. We'll just take a brief pause while our onboarding of our panelists takes place. Hello, Dr. Rooney. Welcome. Dr. Johnson, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Dr. Constantino, welcome back. Ms. Collins-Perica, welcome. Our next speaker is Madam Geraldine Monti. Ms. Monti is a generalist and pediatric nurse. She works in the field of inpatient and community-based palliative care and coordination. She has an interest in benevolence and ethics in nursing and the relationship between caregivers and patient. She acts as secretary and treasurer of the European branch of Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting, France, DAFOHF, raising awareness among the nursing community about forced organ harvesting from living people. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madam Geraldine Monti.
Bonjour.
je voudrais m'excuser de ne pas assez bien parler anglais. Je vais donc m'exprimer en français. Je remercie l'Academy of Forensic Nursing et Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting de m'avoir donné cette occasion de participer au premier sommet mondial des infirmières pour prévenir et lutter contre les prélèvements forcés d'organes. Selon l'OMS, en 2020, sur 56 millions de professionnels de la santé, 28 millions sont des infirmières et des infirmiers. Je pense qu'il est important d'informer la profession infirmière sur ce crime contre l'humanité qui dure depuis plus de 20 ans, mais reste très peu connu de la profession médicale. Chacun d'entre nous a un rôle à jouer, aussi bien pour faire cesser cette pratique, protéger les patients et défendre l'éthique de notre profession. Je m'appelle Géraldine Bonty, je suis française et infirmière depuis 30 ans. Je suis également secrétaire et trésorière de la branche européenne de DAFO. J'ai exercé comme puéricultrice en néonatologie, puis comme infirmière libérale, et depuis 17 ans, je me suis spécialisée en soins palliatifs, où j'ai travaillé en unité de soins palliatifs, en équipe mobile, à l'hôpital et en réseau à domicile. Ces expériences professionnelles, dans des domaines différents, sont particulièrement riches et m'ont à chaque instant fait prendre conscience de l'importance de la réflexion éthique dans chaque décision médicale et chaque soin infirmier. Le sens d'un soin, le refus d'un soin, l'acharnement thérapeutique ou la demande de mourir. Ces premières expériences brutales à 23 ans, un grand prématuré, abandonné à la naissance par ses parents, que nous avions accompagné 2 mois en réanimation, sous ventilation, né avec diverses pathologies et avec des électroencéphalogrammes de plus en plus mauvais. Décision médicale au bout de 2 mois de ne plus s'acharner et de le laisser mourir. Comme chaque jour, je sors de réanimation et fais un tour en service pour voir comment vont tous les bébés que nous avons accompagnés. Et là, je ne trouve pas Petit Pierre. Mais où est-il? Réponse. Il est dans le dernier box, dans un lit à barreaux. On ne fait plus rien, on le laisse mourir et on ne doit pas aller le voir pour ne pas le stimuler. Tout se bouscule dans ma tête. L'ordre du médecin et de l'infirmière cadre est de ne pas aller voir ce bébé. Mais mon cœur ne peut pas entendre cette réponse. Je ne peux pas le laisser mourir tout seul dans la souffrance. Est-ce digne de notre humanité? Non, je ne vais pas accepter cette décision et je vais entrer dans le box et accompagner dignement ce petit être. Mon acte va me permettre d'être en accord avec mon sens éthique du soin et à d'autres soignants de se positionner et de réaliser ce qu'ils avaient accepté sans discuter. L'éthique de la santé fait partie intégrante de la pratique infirmière. Elle définit les principes tels que la bienséance, la non-malfaisance, l'autonomie et la justice. En 2007, j'ai découvert de manière sidérante les prélèvements forcés d'organes sur des personnes vivantes, les pratiquants de Falun Gong. Au début, cela semblait tellement impensable que je me demandais si c'était vraiment réel. Je me rappelle à cette époque avoir entendu une interview de Simone Veil, rescapée de la Shoah et femme politique française, ministre de la Santé, qui racontait son retour en France après la déportation avec sa mère et sa sœur. Ce qui m'a le plus marqué était qu'elle disait que les gens ne les croyaient pas lorsqu'elle décrivait ce qu'elles avaient vécu et qu'on ne voulait pas les entendre. Voici une citation de Simone Veil lors d'une émission radio sur France Culture en 1988. « Si nous n'avons pas parlé, c'est parce que l'on n'a pas voulu nous entendre, pas voulu nous écouter. Parce que ce qui est insupportable, c'est de parler et de ne pas être entendu. C'est insupportable. Et c'est arrivé tellement souvent à nous tous. Que quand nous commençons à évoquer, que nous disons quelque chose, il y a immédiatement l'interruption. » La phrase qui vient de couper, qui vient parler d'autre chose, parce que nous gênons, profondément nous gênons. Ces paroles m'ont profondément touchée, parce que ce que Simone Weil décrivait me ramenait à ce que je venais de découvrir sur la persécution des pratiquants de Falun Gong et le silence international qui régnait autour du sujet. J'ai alors décidé de ne pas rester silencieuse en tant qu'infirmière et citoyenne. J'ai lu plusieurs fois le rapport Bloody Harvest de Matas et Kilgour et d'autres documents sur le sujet. J'ai rencontré aussi des pratiquants de Falun Dafa, réfugiés politiques, qui témoignaient de la cruauté des tortures qu'ils avaient subies dans les prisons, les camps de travaux forcés et les centres de lavage de cerveau. Au-delà de la souffrance et de l'injustice que vivent ces pratiquants et de l'horreur de l'exécution par prélèvement, comme va le nommer le docteur Jacob Levy, chirurgien de transplantation en Israël, une question me revenait souvent à l'esprit. Comment des soignants peuvent participer à une telle horreur? Le meurtre de personnes saines, vivantes, en prélevant leurs organes. Ces actes, tels que prélever un organe, être l'intermédiaire de la vente de l'organe et participer à la transplantation, sont des actes réalisés par différents professionnels de l'armée, de la police, de la justice, mais aussi des médecins et des infirmières. Dans un pays contrôlé par un État autoritaire, je me demande si c'est un choix libre de leur part. Et leur a-t-on décrit le plan global de ces actions? Sont-ils menacés? Peut-être un jour, nous découvrirons toutes les réponses à nos questions. Alors, comment devons-nous agir face à ces crimes en tant qu'infirmières dans des pays libres et démocratiques? Actuellement, dans le monde médical, on ne parle pas ou très peu des prélèvements forcés d'organes sur les pratiquants de Falun Gong vivants. Pourquoi? Premièrement, il y a certainement un manque d'informations. Je constate que très peu de soignants sont au courant de ces crimes. Malgré les articles publiés dans les journaux scientifiques internationaux, les médias des soignants ne l'évoquent jamais. En France, par exemple, nous avons sollicité plusieurs revues professionnelles médicales ou infirmières, sans jamais avoir eu de retour, puis publier un article. Certains n'ont pas compris la gravité du crime ou l'impact sur le monde médical. Deuxièmement, on entend dire parfois « la Chine est très loin ». Les soignants peuvent ne pas se sentir concernés, ni pour les victimes, ni pour les infirmières, ni pour les médecins. Après tout, c'est leur problème. Où sont nos valeurs, notre éthique? Peut-on permettre à un patient en attente d'un organe que quelqu'un d'innocent soit tué pour que lui ait un organe? Non, je pense que ce n'est pas acceptable. Troisièmement, dans la grande majorité des pays, les infirmières suivent souvent l'avis des médecins. Les infirmières suivent les stratégies nationales de santé du gouvernement ou validées par les grandes institutions médicales. En tant qu'infirmières, pouvons-nous penser individuellement? Le cadre juridique dit que nos professions le prévoient en tout cas. Même si les formations et les rôles des infirmiers peuvent être différents selon les continents, aux États-Unis, au Canada, en Australie, en Europe, en Afrique, etc., il demeure cependant que la prévention est une partie importante du travail infirmier, quelle que soit notre spécialité. C'est également une composante importante de notre rôle propre infirmier. Ce champ de notre activité professionnelle qui ne dépend que de nous, dans le cadre duquel nous sommes décisionnaires et responsables. Nous observons dans de nombreux articles que les demandes d'organes se font de plus en plus pressantes par l'augmentation de maladies chroniques qui évoluent comme le diabète, l'insuffisance rénale ou la stéatose hépatique non alcoolique NASH. Par exemple, pour la NASH, 25 à 30% de la population serait concernée dans les pays industrialisés. Et prochainement, elle deviendra la première cause de greffe hépatique aux États-Unis. Comment les patients vont pouvoir être transplantés dans un pays où les dons d'organes n'augmentent pas assez pour pouvoir satisfaire la demande? Quatrièmement, concernant plus particulièrement le domaine de la transplantation, les soignants peuvent avoir peur de l'image donnée par ces crimes aux patients et en conséquence de nuire aux campagnes de dons d'organes dans leur propre pays. D'autres ont pu participer indirectement au prélèvement forcé d'organes en ayant formé des chirurgiens chinois, ou d'autres encore, sous la pression de leur gouvernement ou leur hôpital, ne veulent plus en parler pour des raisons économiques ou politiques. Est-il vraiment moins délétère pour l'image de la profession de garder le silence et d'ignorer ces meurtres plutôt que de révéler la vérité et arrêter le crime à sa source? Cependant, il y a en Europe et dans certains pays dans le monde des politiciens et des médecins clairs sur ces abus, ce qui a permis des avancées. En 2008, Israël a été un des premiers pays à reconnaître l'existence des prélèvements forcés d'organes sur les personnes vivantes en Chine, grâce aux efforts du Dr Jacob Lavie. Et par la suite, Dr Jacob Lavie a aidé le gouvernement à changer la loi bioéthique concernant la transplantation. En 2013, 2016 et plus récemment en 2022, le Parlement européen a adopté des résolutions dénonçant ces crimes et demandant à la Chine une enquête indépendante pour que cessent ces abus des droits humains et que les prisonniers de conscience soient libérés. D'autres pays européens comme l'Italie, l'Espagne et la Belgique ont augmenté les peines juridiques, prison et amende, pour les personnes qui participent à ces crimes. Très récemment, le Royaume-Uni a changé sa loi bioéthique pour empêcher les patients anglais en attente d'organes d'aller en Chine pour se faire transplanter. D'autres pays comme la Malaisie et Taïwan ne remboursent plus les soins ni les traitements anti-rejet si un patient a été greffé avec un organe illégalement détenu. Les associations médicales du Royaume-Uni et du Canada, suite à l'analyse approfondie du China Tribunal à Londres en 2020, se sont déclarées extrêmement inquiètes sur la situation des prisonniers de conscience et ce grave abus de l'éthique médicale. Mais vous n'avez certainement pas entendu beaucoup de médias aborder ces résolutions et prises de position des politiciens et de la communauté médicale. En français, on dit « Qui ne dit mot consent ». Si nous continuons à rester silencieux, cela veut dire que nous, professionnels de santé, acceptons que des citoyens chinois innocents et en bonne santé soient tués pour leurs organes. Si nous acceptons que des citoyens chinois soient tués pour leurs organes, cela ne veut-il pas dire que nous acceptons aussi d'abaisser nos valeurs humaines, nos valeurs éthiques et d'enfreindre nos lois? N'est-ce pas la destruction de notre déontologie? Qu'en est-il des articles de recherche chinois sur les transplantations? Pouvons-nous accepter des données obtenues non éthiquement? Et si on regarde plus loin encore, pouvons-nous accepter la destruction de nos valeurs humaines et de nos sociétés démocratiques? La confiance, valeur essentielle dans la relation soignant-soigné, ne sera-t-elle pas brisée? Au contraire, en gardant le silence, nous mettons nos patients en danger. Pour conclure, je voudrais vous partager une citation du discours d'Elie Wiesel, survivant de la Shoah, lors de son discours de la remise du prix Nobel de la paix en 1988. Nous devons toujours prendre parti. La neutralité aide l'oppresseur, jamais la victime. Le silence encourage le persécuteur, jamais le tourmenté. Parfois, nous devons interférer. Lorsque des vies humaines sont menacées, lorsque la dignité humaine est menacée, les frontières et les sensibilités nationales deviennent inutiles. Partout où des hommes ou des femmes sont persécutés en raison de leur race, de leur religion ou de leur opinion politique, ce lieu doit, en ce moment, devenir le centre de l'univers. Quelle infirmière accepterait en toute conscience de participer à ces crimes contre l'humanité, tuer des innocents en bonne santé pour aider un État autoritaire à gagner des milliards de dollars? En tant qu'infirmière exerçant dans des pays démocratiques, il est important de faire face à la Chine, de défendre les valeurs de la profession infirmière, l'éthique médicale et la liberté. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Merci, Madame Monte. Thank you, Madame Monte, for your most excellent and informative presentation. Next, I'd like to welcome Ms. Deborah Holbrook. Ms. Holbrook is also the third member of our planning committee for this summit. Ms. Holbrook serves as an expert consultant for the U.S. Departments of Justice and Defense on forensic nursing science and is the founder of the Forensic Nurse Examining Program, the model for the United States, U.S. Senate 2002. Her testimony before Congress and the Senate Judiciary Committee on Crime and Drugs facilitated the DNA Justice Act. A fellow to the American Academy of Nursing and a recipient of international awards. She is the acting director of forensic nursing at Mercy Medical Center in Baltimore, Maryland, which coordinates care to victims of interpersonal violence. Ms. Holbrook also is a co-founder of the Academy of Forensic Nursing and currently serves as the president-elect. Please welcome Ms. Deborah Holbrook.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I am a registered nurse, dual board certified in forensic nursing, and a fellow in the American Academy of Nursing. Forensic nurses have a unique voice in supporting an international stance against forced organ harvesting. The practice of forced organ harvesting is a form of human trafficking in its most egregious form. And we, as forensic nurses, have not only the responsibility, but also the obligation to support all efforts to abolish these acts, no matter where they're being performed. Forced organ harvesting is not driven by physicians and nurses inspired by a passion to save lives, but it is solely driven by financial gain, and these are crimes against humanity. As nurses, we have taken a Hippocratic oath to practice our profession faithfully, to abstain from harmful and injurious acts, to maintain and elevate the standard of our profession, and to devote ourselves to the welfare of our patients. We stand as nurses and against nurses who choose to assist in forced organ harvesting procedures in any way. Nurses have power within our communities, even those communities where forced organ harvesting is illegal. In Baltimore, Maryland, I have assisted in the formation of bringing together more than 60 federal, state, and local agencies and partner organizations with 13 hospital systems to screen for victims of all forms of human trafficking. These stakeholders include the Office of the Attorney General, the United States Attorney's Office, Maryland State's Attorneys, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Homeland Security, and a host of state and local law enforcement agencies, physicians, nurses, advocates and community stakeholders, and elected officials and state and local government officials. We have designed partnerships creating awareness campaigns of human trafficking, have created a plan for rescue and relief of these victims with a central point of intake known as the Blue Dot system. We hold each other accountable in our screening of patients for trafficking crimes and provide a unified response against all forms of human trafficking. We have created and strengthened legislation that is trauma-informed and does not blame victims for trafficking crimes, but holds offenders accountable. I have worked to form a human trafficking medical subcommittee where we have broken down silos, joining 13 hospital systems, including Johns Hopkins, in creating screening policies and training for medical nursing and healthcare staff, embracing a Blue Dot response as a central point of intake to protect patients, and putting victim patients first over and above financial gain. We have added forced organ harvesting to the list of human trafficking crimes and created awareness in hospitals, including keeping a watchful eye out for patients who suddenly make plans to leave the waiting list for legally procured organ transplant to travel abroad. This potentially flags these patients as perpetuating this market of organ harvesting. We are looking for those healthcare providers who may be involved in arranging for these patients to leave the country for illegal harvesting, and will fight to support their prosecution. In numbers, nurses have the power as well as the moral and ethical obligation to hold each other accountable as healthcare providers, to educate our peers as well as our communities that forced organ harvesting must be abolished worldwide. As citizens of the world, we are all potential victims of this crime as we travel abroad to countries who have not made this practice illegal. No person has the authority to decide who is worthy of living and who is not worthy. The Academy of Forensic Nursing supports our mission of linking research to practice through scholarship, education, and service to those affected by and responding to trauma. The Academy is committed to legislation and practice worldwide that abolishes all forms of human trafficking, including forced organ harvesting, and builds partnerships to create a unified voice that advances human rights across the world. As not only nurses, but citizens of this world, we hold a moral and ethical obligation to protect people. If not kept in check and kept on the forefront of international awareness, forced organ harvesting will join other forms of human trafficking, such as sex and labor, in becoming a clandestine practice, even in countries where organ trafficking is not legalized, and all for the purpose of financial gain. Forensic nurses strongly believe that now is the time to align physicians, nurses, and all healthcare providers around the world to abolish forced organ harvesting. And it begins in our communities, in our hospitals, and in a united position that we will, as nurses and healthcare providers, hold each other accountable, that we will respect all lives and honor our respective Hippocratic oaths, and that we will educate our legislators and our world leaders to end all forms of human trafficking, including forced organ harvesting. Thank you for your commitment.
Ms. Holbrook, thank you so much for your informative presentation. Your lifetime body of work really sets the example for nursing's call to action, as you have truly been a nurse activist on so many important advances in providing care to persons whose lives have been affected by violence and trauma. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce Madam Teresa Hsu. Madam Hsu is an international human rights lawyer working against the persecution of the Falun Gong on a pro bono basis. She has supported changes to human rights laws as a government advisor. An expert lecturer, Hsu has chosen and spoken before government officials, human rights organizations, and members of parliament about human rights issues and the collective lawsuits by Falun Gong practitioners from countries around the world. Please join me in welcoming Attorney Teresa Hsu.
今天我很荣幸应邀来参加这个打击以及防治活摘器官的护理师世界峰会。就我所知，这是世界上第一个护理界针对中共活摘器官的议题进行讨论的国际会议。护理界对于中共活摘器官议题的重视、关注以及了解，相信这个会议已经起到了一个领头羊的作用，意义是十分深远的。我们也希望借由今天的这个峰会， 使得更多医学界的人士对于这个议题呢予以重视，大家共同来制止中共活摘器官的暴行。今天我的发言将着重在反活摘的世界宣言的介绍，以及现在我们在海外能够对活摘器官这个暴行所能采取的一些具体行动。2021年9月，联合国大会开会期间，5个来自于欧洲、亚洲、美洲的长期关注中共活摘器官的非政府组织，从9月17号到26号，在线上举办了6场会议，从医学、法学、媒体、政治等6个方面，邀请了19个国家38位的专家一起来研讨如何打击以及防治中共活摘器官的暴行，并且在闭幕的那一天发表了打击及防治活摘器官的世界宣言。今天针对这个世界宣言，我们提出希望全人类共同来制止中共活摘器官的暴行。反活摘的世界宣言是由包括美国的医生反对活摘器官组织、欧洲的信仰自由组织，亚洲方面包含了日本的移植旅游考量协会、韩国的移植伦理协会以及台湾的国际器官移植关怀协会共同发起。这个值得一提的是，发起组织说明，反活摘的世界宣言是21世纪人类决心制止中共系统性活摘器官暴行的一项最严肃的宣誓文件。它呢是建构在任何人、任何政权都不可以侵犯、侵夺的权利基础之上，同时呢也是接住了人类赖以生存的普世价值当中的最核心原则，包括人类尊严的不可侵犯、生命、身体自由的基本保护，并且这份宣言为打击以及防治活摘器官应该如何做提供了一些具体的做法和建议。这5名发起组织在发表反活摘世界宣言的同时，呼吁全人类来制止暴行，同时做了以下几点重要的声明。第一点，2次大战呢，给予人类难以弥补的伤痛以及难以计算的损失，也促使了国际人权领域就此发展了很多国际刑事的规范，来严惩惨无人道的人权暴行，例如种族灭绝罪、反人类罪、酷刑罪。然而时至今日，这些在国际刑事法当中被认为是最严重的罪行，却仍在持续着，因为独裁的政权像中共，他们利用了政治力和经济力量，把这些罪行掩盖着，让人们忽略，所以这些暴行还没有得到制止，甚至因此受害的人数到目前为止还在继续增加当中。其中中共的系统性的活摘人体器官的暴行可以说是本世纪当中最严重的人权暴行之一。多年来，国际组织、人权团体以及各国政府和许许多多的学者专家进行了许多证据的收集以及分析，证实了一个非常重要的重点，也就是在本世纪系统性的活摘及倒卖人体的活体器官是由中共的独裁政权所主导，而最大的受害团体就是现在在中国大陆被迫害、被镇压的法轮功团体。法轮功的学员在中国大陆成了中共移植器官最大的活体器官供应库。2019年在伦敦成立的独立的 这个中国法庭也做出了相同的结论，认为今天为止，中共为了器官移植还在杀害那些被囚禁者，其中最严重的受害团体是法轮功团体。对于法轮功团体、维吾尔族以及少数族裔的活摘器官，是犯下了严重的反人类罪行。我们必须要说，在二次大战结束之后的70年，国际上也不断地发展出了许多重要的国际人权公约。在人权、自由、正义饱受战争摧毁的20世纪，国际社会以宣言或者是国际人权公约的形式来巩固、来维护人类生存和生命权的共识，并且付诸国际实践。反活摘的世界宣言也是在这个背景下，采用了这70年来人类最重要的国际人权公约的核心价值，作为打击以及防治活摘器官的最高指导原则。反活摘世界宣言所引用的公约包括了世界人权宣言、公民权利与政治权利国际公约、联合国的禁止酷刑公约，以及人权和生物医学公约和欧洲理事会反对器官贩运等公约的内容。我们必须要告诉我们的护理界以及广大的关心此项活摘器官议题的朋友们，中共的这一项系统性长达几十年的活摘器官的反人类的罪行，也被用以当作群体灭绝和清洗法轮功和新疆人士的残酷手段，并从中获取非常庞大的经济利益。而这一个经济利益包括了跨国的器官买卖、移植旅游以及器官中介。因此我们今天在谈要怎么去制止中共活摘器官的具体行动，我们必须要从国际以及国家的层面共同来着手实行。在国家层级方面，反活摘的世界宣言呼吁各国以刑事立法来严惩以及防治活摘器官的暴行。我们现在正在进行一个横跨欧洲、亚洲、美洲的一个立法的运动，也就是推动反活摘器官法的一个立法。这需要鼓励各国呢，以立法的方式积极的对于这样子的暴行进行起诉，甚至是法办。而在行政的体系的部分呢，除了禁止参与活摘器官的人士入境，不培训中国的这个器官移植的医护人员，和不发表中国的器官移植的学术文章之外，与此同时，我们认为各国也应该要加强让民众了解中共活摘器官的一个非法性。同时在国际的层面上面，反活摘的世界宣言强调国际合作，包括收集、分析以及交换关于器官取得的相关讯息，并且经由这个合作呢，可以来共同侦查、调查活摘器官的暴行。反活摘的世界宣言目前呢有7个官方文本，包括中文、英文、德文、法文、日文、韩文、西班牙文以及更多的欧洲语种。各位上这个反活摘世界宣言的网站，可以看到欧美亚政要以及主流人士对于这个问题的关注以及呼吁。我们发起组织今天也利用这个机会来呼吁护理界以及所有关心这个世纪最严重人权暴行的各位， 一起来联署反活摘的世界宣言，并且跟我们一起采取具体的行动，共同来制止活摘器官。谢谢。
Shei Attorney Xu. Thank you, Attorney Xu, for the truly important and critical aspects that the public and certainly healthcare professionals need to know to competently provide care to persons affected by forced organ harvesting, as well as to be diligent and informed, action-oriented professionals. The Universal Declaration is an important action step for each of us to endorse and sign. I'd like to now take this opportunity to welcome back to the podium Ms. Collins-Parica. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Collins-Parica.
Our speakers today inspired our compassion and desire to help end forced organ harvesting. Now that we know, how can we stand on the sidelines? Now that we know, we should act. We should speak out about it. I would like to discuss opportunities of what every nurse might do about this urgent problem. Taking action in our daily lives at our local level is within our reach and within our abilities. We have the opportunity to join a global grassroots effort of nurses, doctors, and other concerned people. There are many steps that we can take as nurses to help see an end to forced organ harvesting, protect informed consent, promote patient safety, and prevent hidden collusion with this form of human trafficking. Grassroots efforts by nurses to help this problem have been underway for over a decade. This summer, nurses in the U.S. lobbied in Washington, D.C. to support a new bipartisan bill, H.R. 6913, the Falun Gong Protection Act. It aims to stop forced organ harvesting at its source, the pool of victims. Without the persecution of vulnerable people, the forced organ bank in China could not exist. Mainland China's transplant industry would grind to a halt. It calls for stopping Chinese transplant doctors from studying and practicing here in the United States and from publishing unethically derived research in our journals. The bill calls directly for raising awareness in the medical community and publicly. We can write to our elected representatives and ask them to support this bill. Recently, the International Society for Heart and Lung Transplantation took a very strong stand, announcing to stop accepting research papers on transplant medicine and research from China in order to help stop this abuse. This has not been done before in the U.S. Our professional nursing journals should also refuse these publications from mainland China, too. This is an example of what our powerful medical and nursing associations and journals should and can be doing to raise awareness and help end unwitting collusion. We can call on and write to the International Council of Nurses, the ICN, and our nursing organizations to take a position and support informing nurses. The International Code of Ethics for Nurses is important. For instance, the theme of the next ICN Congress is Nurses Together, a Force for Global Health. This is an opportunity to act together to inform all our institutions. This needs the support of the nursing leadership and the nurses in the community. One of the most powerful things that we can do to help is on the local level at home by telling other nurses who may not know about it, telling our doctor colleagues and other healthcare staff too. We can discuss this topic and present it within the nursing profession and our departments and our networks, training programs, and in-services on culture and ethics in patient associations and in the medical community. We can sign a petition online, or you can start a petition of your own for free. We can share this from the heart on our social media. We can visit Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting and the Academy of Forensic Nurses on both Twitter and Facebook and share and discuss this on any social media. We can support the new Universal Declaration on combating and preventing forced organ harvesting by going to that website and co-signing the document with others and sharing it widely, especially on social media, and making reference to it in our academic papers and our presentations. Every person should know about this because the end of ethics, the end of informed consent and individual choice, the end of protecting the vulnerable in healthcare heralds the end of patient safety and the end of human dignity impacting all persons everywhere. As nurses in democratic countries, we can stand up to crimes against humanity in mainland China and beyond its borders, and defend our values, our ethics, and our freedom. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Collins-Parika, for your passion and your dedicated action to combating forced organ harvesting for the many years that you have been working with Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting. Together, we can and we will make a difference. Finally, I would like to welcome our last speaker, Dr. Jennifer Johnson. Dr. Johnson is the current president of the Academy of Forensic Nursing. She is a women's health nurse practitioner and an advanced forensic nurse. She serves as a legal consultant in nursing standards of care, child abuse and neglect, sexual assault, medical negligence and malpractice, and in cases of negligent death. Please welcome Dr. Jennifer Johnson.
My name is Dr. Jennifer Johnson, president of the Academy of Forensic Nursing. The mission of the Academy is linking research to practice through the dissemination of scholarship, education, and service to those affected by and responding to trauma, advancing health policy and partnering with communities, organizations, and colleagues to promote best practices and cultural change that reduces the risk and burdens of trauma, violence, and abuse. We know that forced organ harvesting is a human rights violation, and the elements at work are force, fraud, coercion, and even abduction. The Academy has partnered with Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting because we share a united vision to protect and promote ethical, medical, and nursing practices worldwide. It is critical for all healthcare professionals to be aware of forced organ harvesting and identification of persons who might be considering going abroad for a transplant. Nurses specifically have been trained to notice abuse and have the ability to put a safety plan into place and provide assistance with this global issue. The Academy of Forensic Nursing is committed to support the Universal Declaration, provide a webinar on forced organ harvesting, completing and disseminating a position paper, and policy advancement through awareness and advocacy.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, for your call to action for nurses and of all the interprofessional teams in fighting against the crime against humanity and the human rights violations that occur as a matter of daily life in China and other countries that actively engage in forcing persons to be living transplant donors. In a moment, we will be transitioning to our question and answer session where our registered attendees will be able to post questions. Again, as a reminder, if you are a live streaming participant, you will need to register for the event to participate in the question and answer session. If you are a registered guest and would like to participate in the Q&A session, you can enter your question in the Q&A chat section of the webinar. To access that, please locate the blue square at the bottom right of your corner of your screen, chat box. I would now like to welcome our live speakers to join me on stage with your cameras on, please. Welcome, Dr. Johnson, back. Dr. Rooney, welcome back. Ms. Holbrook, welcome. Good to see you. Mr. Gutman, thank you for joining us. Ms. Collins-Parika, good morning. Madame Monti, welcome. Dr. Constantino, welcome. We'll now open up our live question and answer panel. So the first question I have on deck is a question to the whole panel. So any one of you can respond to this. And it's a kind of a three-part question. So I'm going to take it one piece at a time. Is there any efficient method of tracking from where the organs are procured? And you can unmute your mic and respond to the question. Mr. Gutman?
The possibilities of doing a DNA match between a family who has a missing person, say a fallen gone, a family who had a fallen gone practitioner in it and they disappeared, or a family, a Uyghur family, and they've seen disappearances. It sounds pretty far-fetched, but it is actually possible to do a DNA check on somebody who's received an organ in China and to match that to families with missing people. It's maybe not as far-fetched because the Chinese are keeping massive DNA files now. And if we could get access to those files, we probably could solve this.
Thank you. And I'd like to interject my personal perspective on that particular question, and it relates to my work in human trafficking and researching that topic and working with victims for about the last 10 years. One of the issues is that reporting is very difficult in this industry, and forced organ harvesting, even though it falls under human trafficking, also has its complexities in terms of collecting efficiently and accurately the actual numbers that are involved. But I think with more advocacy and certainly participation from interprofessional partners and more research that's really more focused and intentional, not that it hasn't been, but I think as we collaborate and build groundswell, we may be able to address that. The second part of that question is there a watchdog committee regarding the trafficking of the organs and the forced organ harvesting? Who would like to respond to that question? Is there a watchdog committee? Well, unmute yourself, Ms. Collins.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
At this time, I'm not aware of an official watchdog committee for reporting, though there are a number of non-governmental organizations and human rights organizations that are watching this. One of the problems that we run into is that the numbers and the data that China reports on public websites and to the world is not reliable and is often manufactured. So the tracking of where organs illegally and unethically procured organs come from is difficult because of that. You know, in the United States, we have Donate America, we have, in all Western countries, we have very sophisticated systems for tracking organs. So therein lies the problem. How do we track them, and how would a committee therefore be able to watch that process? That's going to require legislation globally, not only bills and laws, but the actual enforcement of laws and regulations when we do pass them.
Deb, if you would stay on a second, because I think you might be able to respond, and certainly others are welcome to join, to the last part of the question, and that is, how can nurses help tracking transplants that come from China? And I'm thinking that this question, I'm going to presume here, is related to potentially U.S. citizens or maybe persons who present for care here in the United States. So how can nurses help tracking transplants?
Is that question to Deb Holbrook? Thank you.
Well, I certainly can't speak to a global effort, but this is the start, especially in the world of nurses and in our community, to be aware and to be watchdogs on the front lines. I'm sure that we've got people on this call who are working actively in transplant centers where we see registries of people who are waiting and then who disappear from this registry, but they have to be managed somewhere in this country when they come back, right? There's got to be people in this country who are managing their medication, who are managing their care when they return from China. We've got to have federal legislation that doesn't encourage, that mandates that we keep track of these people, that when they come back to our countries, the same way Israel and those that we heard today are doing it. And so as watchdogs, and as we have more public awareness, that's where this will start. I think that the amount of people who are on this call today need to realize that what happened in Nazi Germany is no different than what's going on here, and people are just aware of it. And I don't think people can turn their blind eye anymore to the power of nurses and doctors and the community in fighting this fight and bringing it to our legislators' attention.
Thank you. Any other responses from panelists? Mr. Duffy.
Right. One of the things I was planning to say tonight is that we know that there are nurse exchange programs coming from China, or there have been in the past, in the very recent past, and it's part of the Chinese sort of prestige drive on this, and they have loved to do this, to get Chinese nurses over to America. And some of the people listening right now may have experienced this. And I was going to say that that's one of the things that's really should be stopped and so forth, and that there's a way to check out if those nurses are coming from actual transplant hospitals in China that we've already discovered have been, harvesting Falun Gong and Uyghurs and so forth. What was just said just now, though, kind of makes me feel a little differently about it, because actually nurses do have that function. They have the function to make friends with people from abroad and then to try to ferret out maybe something. And there is nothing more valuable than an envertati, than a witness from China who comes from the medical world. This is the brass ring in this investigation. So as much as I would like to stop all contact, and I think it's very important to do so, I also think it's extremely important to act as the ears and eyes here. The nurses can do that, and they have that function. And I'll leave it there. I'm not convinced one way or the other about it.
That's a very important point about nurses. Nurses who train other nurses coming from China to the United States. Most of the top nursing schools in the country do have transfer programs between American nurses and Chinese nurses. This was very common, especially in the early 2000s. Nurses are also in a position to help to train physicians when they visit here and they study from abroad. Any registered nurse will tell you it's countless a number of doctors he or she may have trained as part of their internships and programs. Another reason why all nurses should know about this.
To Madame Monti, please.
Oui, je pense qu'en France, on a un registre des patients qui sont partis à l'étranger se faire transférer, d'abord parce qu'il y a un traitement anti-rejet qui vont prendre à vie.
So there is a register in France of the patients that have been transplanted abroad, and because obviously they have to be followed for anti-reject treatment.
Mais je pense que ce qui est le plus important, c'est de travailler en amont, plutôt dans la prévention, d'informer les patients, de ne pas aller, de raconter la gravité de ce qui se passe en Chine.
But I think what is most important is that we work ahead and prevent this type of this situation by warning the patients, explaining the situation, and explaining these crimes to our colleagues.
On suit les patients aussi bien dans des centres de dialyse que dans des services des pathologies et tous ces endroits où on est au quotidien avec les patients nous permet de transmettre l'information aussi bien aux patients qu'à nos collègues infirmiers et médecins.
Every day we work in centers where we are close to patients, in dialysis centers, in transplant centers. So we have many occasions to inform and advise the patients as well as our colleagues on these crimes and how to avoid this situation.
On the heels of that question, two questions have been posed. What can a nurse do if the patient wants to go to China for a transplant? Dr. Rooney.
Thank you so much. Yes, I believe that, like with all things with patients, when patients have a wish to do anything in healthcare, it is our obligation to help them understand the potential risks and benefits of any decision they make as it relates to healthcare. And so that I think along the lines of what we've been talking about today, keeping patients fully informed about the realities that happen in China currently as it relates to transplantation, I think would be enough to provide some clarity around that decision. I mean, certainly that is one of the things that as nurses we are bound to do, is to ensure that the people that we serve are clear on and informed on the decisions that they're making. If I may, I'd like to go back to the question that Dr. Torsten Trey posed about it says, I'm an RN and I wonder if the medical community understands that there's a difference between organ harvesting where the prisoner gives consent and then gets a reduction of his jail time, and the killing of Falun Gong people who have no choice and do not even know they will soon be killed for their organs. And what can nurses do to make a difference, make this difference more clear? I'll be honest, I think that, ethically, both of those situations are problematic. Because on one hand, we have a patient who is a prisoner, and so the context of their informed consent, the context of making that decision is reducing their sentence. And so it almost seems like if the person were free, they were not imprisoned, and they were asked the question, they wouldn't have the same weight of the decision, of a decision to make, because the potential to, just like people who live in poverty and are, often trying to sell their plasma and things like that, it's choice, but within a context. So understanding the context, I think both contexts are problematic. Clearly, one is more extreme than the other. However, I think that those decisions made by prisoners, people who have substance abuse problems, all of those different kind of vulnerabilities that people are experiencing, the choice is really, is it really a choice? So thank you, that would be my response.
Respond as nurses if our patient has gone to China and received a transplant. And perhaps Madam Monte would like to respond to that, because I think this really falls within her domain in her work with patients as well as with caregivers, because also then this could extend the burden of that decision, really is kind of now going to be a lived experience.
Alors, en effet, le patient doit avoir toutes les informations concernant une demande. S'il a une demande de transplantation, il faut qu'il ait toutes les informations, comme on dit, éclairées sur ce qu'il veut faire et ce qu'il attend.
First of all, the patient must be clearly informed of all the different options and the choices that they have to be aware of before making any sort of decision.
Je pense que c'est de notre rôle de donner tous les faits et toutes les informations que l'on a concernant les prélèvements forcés d'organes en Chine.
So I think it is our role as nurses to give all this information and advise the patients on what's going on in China and the forced organ harvesting.
Et tout ce qui peut exister aussi dans tous les autres pays.
And what may also happen in other countries around the world.
On peut comprendre qu'un patient qui est en attente d'un organe essaie de trouver toutes les solutions pour continuer à vivre.
So it's understandable that a patient that is desperate for a transplant can want to try and find all the different possible solutions to solve his problem.
Mais on ne peut pas accepter que quelqu'un soit tué quelqu'un en bonne santé soit tué pour qu'on lui prélève ses organes.
But we cannot accept that someone be killed for their organs to save the life of someone else.
Donc je crois que c'est vraiment un temps important de discussion avec le patient. C'est c'est des questions éthiques qui sont des fois difficiles à aborder avec les patients, mais qui sont essentielles. À discuter et à donner l'information aux patients parce que c'est vraiment notre devoir et notre rôle.
So I think these are important occasions where we are able to discuss subjects that are very difficult for these patients to understand and to decide upon there and then. So there's a long discussion that needs to be drawn out so that everyone, and especially the patient, is clear on the real situation.
Et je crois que c'est aussi dans le non-jugement et l'accompagnement de chaque situation qu'on peut aider vraiment le patient à comprendre la gravité de ce qui se passe en Chine et d'obtenir un organe illégalement prélevé.
And obviously this has to be done with total compassion and maintaining neutrality while discussing this with the patient. And this is no doubt the best way to be able to convey the terrible gravity of what is going on in China.
Des fois, je dis souvent aux patients, si on peut entendre que vous ayez besoin d'un organe, mais si c'était à quelqu'un de votre famille qui est en bonne santé, qui est en plein de vie, à qui on prélève un organe parce que il pense différemment qu'un autre, est-ce que vous accepteriez?
So obviously we can understand the patient's situation, but what would the patient say if one of their family members were killed for an organ for someone else? These are considerations that they have to take into account as well.
Merci. Thank you so much. I think in having had some discussions with some counseling and psychoanalytic therapists about this topic, and I call it somewhat of survivor guilt. Always remembering that as a nurse, we are the kind of the quarterback of care in many situations, because that's just because we're with the patients, right? But referral to really work through some of the grief of being that survivor, knowing that someone gave their life literally for that transplant is really important. So that interprofessional practice component is essential. I'd like to remind the audience that you can refer to the grayed out section in the chat, near to the chat, which is a grayed out section, Q&A, where you can click on, and then enter your questions for the panel. Another question that's been posed is that it seems when you address the issue of forced organ harvesting, there is some focus on China. Why is that? Ms. Parika Collins, please.
Yes, that's a very important question. The focus remains on China because although organ harvesting, organ trafficking, even forced organ harvesting occurs in several other regions in the world, it's only in China where it's sanctioned by the Chinese Communist regime. It's carried out under the guarded eye of the regime and under the management of the military. Mr. Gutman talked about the numbers of transplant centers that popped up in China. The film that we saw on medical genocide also described those high numbers of facilities. And in China, we do know that there are military installations either adjacent to many of those centers or nearby, with prisons, reform and labor camp prisons very close by, within kilometers of these transplant centers. So there's an infrastructure, a whole system in China that supports the process of persecution, to arrest, to court, to the jail, to the operating room, where doctor and nurse carry out the worst human rights atrocities of our time. That infrastructure is very well established in China. In other countries, forced organ harvesting and organ trafficking are illegal. It's more a matter of problems with enforcement that we see than anything else.
I have a question for Dr. Johnson. It comes from our colleague, Ms. Early in Canada. How can Canadian Forensic Nurse Association support initiatives in Canada? I'm not aware of any connections here in Canada.
That's a great question. I think it's, if there are no organizations, the Academy stands charged with being that voice. For the Academy, it's not about where you are, who you are, where you practice. It's a collective, cohesive organization that brings together nurses from any geographic region in our world, so that we can have one clear, strong voice, so that it really doesn't have any boundaries based on geographic region. We are all charged with providing ethical, compassionate, comprehensive care. So to my knowledge, I'm not aware in Canada if there is an organization that exists to support that initiative. But I do know that the Academy has members from Canada. And as I said previously, we're the tool. So wherever we need to be in order to help the cause, support the cause, and to get the information out, we're going to do that.
Would say that we also have an international member special interest group that addresses a variety of conditions and topics that any person and any nurse is welcome to join that international SIG. And if you visit the Academy's website, goafn.org, you can go in and find information on that international forensic nursing special interest group. Is there any drafted legislative language that could be suggested to state governments at this point? And I'll open that up to the whole panel, anyone that would like to respond. Dr. Rooney?
Thank you. Hi, Jacqueline. From my understanding, I know that at least in the United States, this issue was recently looked at in Congress. There was a hearing in the Human Rights Commission speaking about and trying to understand a little more about the problem, but currently there is no legislative language that I'm aware of, and I'm in several government affairs and legislative community groups, and it's not there yet.
Dr. Constantino?
It has been framed, I think, by the legislature, but it has not been approved or any approval or even a hearing about it. So there is some interest in that kind of a proposal.
Yes, and you had mentioned a House Bill
Yes.
1592 and Senate Bill 602. So
Yes.
certainly our activism around that and
Yes.
policy advocacy would be something we could heighten. I made a
Yes,
note
yes.
of that in your speech. So that's House Bill. Go ahead, Rose.
No, I think we can follow. I am just saying that today is a 4-hour of whatever hour of this seminar. And I think this is the best way of really trying to understand the problem. And the speakers and everybody is committed to this problem of international human forced, harvesting of organs. I think this is a good way of doing the primary prevention. If we could get this, and I know Carrie and Ms. Collins are also doing this leadership in this area. If we could have this for our proposal, for our webinar, directed to all students, that would be a very big way of really educating students in this way, because no one has really heard or even seen what we have seen today and what we have heard today in this problem. And I don't know. This is just my own opinion, that I think we should educate everybody who is interested in this problem and maybe doing this. Even if they are not interested, we can do a course. The academy can, have a course, maybe a 4-hour or 6-hour course that really gives this idea of putting in life and also activity in this organ transplant, organ harvesting. So I think, you can, Ms. Perica and Dr. Everybody here, and can really give a tribute to this force, because nobody will do it. Nobody will do it. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Holbrook, and then we'll go to Ms. Collins-Perica.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I would like to challenge the Academy of Forensic Nursing to take this on with a task group, a task force of people, nurses, doctors, ethicists, who really want to address this in the legal arena. And we bring our voices together, and we bring all the education that Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting has done in awareness, and just everything that's out there, and we come together to maybe draft or to recruit some legislators in the United States, and they will help us work on drafting that legislation. So I would love to be a part of that group, and I encourage anybody who's on these calls to go to the AFN and certainly respond to us and see if there's an interest there.
Collins Parika, and then we'll go to Madam Monte.
You know, this summer, a group of us from Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting went to Washington and lobbied for what is now, I think, the fourth bill. And I'm not good with the bill numbers, but this one is bill number 6913, the Falun Gong Protection Act. And it's the title of the bill is the Falun Gong because we got to a point with these bills where we really started to see that the victims are the primary focus here. And if you stop the supply of victims, you stop the supply of organs. And this bill looked at a number of different things. You know, so what Dr. Constantino was saying is so important, the education around this. And for nurses, you know, we talk as nurses about, you know, getting politically involved in our political action committees. It's not that hard to write to your state senator or your congressman, your legislator, and tell them about one of the bills. Just say, I'd like to see you support this. And the more we do that, the better we feel. We feel like we're actually doing something about the problem. And they do hear this. They pay attention to this. Our representatives pay attention to our letters. I found that out over the years in talking with them. They care. Thank you.
Madame Monte.
Alors en Europe, bon, je peux parler de la France parce que c'est vrai que l'Angleterre a fait des avancées sur les propositions de loi.
So I can only speak for France and Europe, but we know that the UK has recently passed a change in the law.
En France, on est assez prudent dans il n'y a pas beaucoup de propositions de loi et c'est assez timide quand les propositions passent.
So there have been a few timid law proposals or bills that have been proposed, but the response is always very weak.
Et je me demande si maintenant c'est pas plutôt de mobiliser les infirmières dans un mouvement commun pour qu'elles s'unissent et qu'elles franchissent un cap pour faire entendre ce problème des prélèvements forcés d'organes.
And I think that it may be even more important to assemble the community of nurses to act together on this situation and have a bigger effect on what's happening legislatively.
Alors en effet, par la formation, par l'information qui peut être donnée sur les réseaux sociaux, par un soutien à la Déclaration universelle, mais quelque chose qui peut nous unir ensemble et faire une percée par rapport à la Chine.
So I propose that by the nurses all coming together and pushing forward, for example, the Universal Declaration on combating and preventing forced organ harvesting, or pushing through any other legislation that may still be in the processes. And I think this was what will really make a difference and bring this subject forward.
Oui.
Okay. Was there one more addition? Was there another comment?
Je voulais juste rajouter, quand on regarde le Conseil international des infirmières.
So I just wanted to add, when you look at the International Nurses Council,
il y a une partie qui concerne les infirmières et les droits de l'homme.
So there's a section in their statement that takes into consideration human rights and law.
Et donc, il y a une prise de position du Conseil international des infirmières, mais qui n'a pas pris de position depuis 2011 concernant les infirmières et les droits de l'homme.
However, this document, this position statement, dates from 2011 and hasn't been updated since.
Donc, c'est peut-être plus à titre individuel que les infirmières maintenant pourraient se positionner.
So it's more at an individual level that the nurses could position themselves and maybe influence all the nursing community and council as well to take into account these crimes.
Merci. I have a question for Dr. Johnson. Is there protection for nurses as whistleblowers who report collusion with this in China?
To my knowledge, yes. We're responsible to report information in which a crime has been committed. Any type of abuse or neglect or crime against another individual, we have a duty to report that. I think maybe the biggest challenge is where do these nurses know to report? I think that's always a question for nurses is, well, I have this information, but who's the appropriate person or entity to report it to? You know, there's 5.5 million nurses in the United States, and that's a lot of voices for the issue. You know, if all of, you know, even a quarter of those nurses were aware and reporting information about the atrocities that's happened to the patients that they serve, would be remarkable. Of course, you know, in reporting, nurses, you know, have to provide some anonymity to the patient, you know, prior to doing so, and having those conversations to ensure that that individual knows about what has happened and what the totality of the situation is, so that there can be kind of a unified front or a unified response between the individual that's reporting the information as well as the individual who has been part of the unfortunate scenario that has taken place.
Collins Parika, and then I'll come back to you, Dr. Johnson. Sorry.
Dr. Johnson, that is the heart of the matter with responding to Dr. Johnson's comment, that for a nurse to find out that a patient is engaging in organ trafficking, forced organ harvesting in China, going to China, cash in hand for a fast track organ, we are obligated to report that. And in nursing, like the military, we use our chain of command and we go up our chain of command. There's risk involved as a whistleblower, especially when you work in a team, you work on a unit, you're part of a transplant team. These are very close-knit, very, very close groups of people working together, doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers. So how do we do it? The patient wants to go to China. They're ready. The family supports it. Oftentimes, the patient is too ill to really make a comprehensive decision. They may lack capacity, and the family pushes the physician and the team to do things that normally wouldn't be done under this crisis type of situation. We are required to report it. We report it up the chain of command. It takes courage. It takes moral courage to do such a thing. And this is where our American Nursing Association and our International Council of Nurses comes in. That's our backbone. That's our backup.
Looked at working with victims of human trafficking. And that first step is that increasing awareness among our colleagues and at your health system level or your practice level, your clinic level, wherever it is. It's really important to use a health systems science approach to that. And by that, I mean making sure that you do have protections and that we as nurses help to write policy and protocols relative to the identification of a patient who either is considering or may have considered. It really needs to be an institutional policy so that you are protected. And we can lead that charge as we have with work within the human trafficking domain. And I think that's a really critical first step because you're going to be educating a lot of people in powerful situations as we enter into creating those protocols for health systems. So a number of hospitals are affected by your voice at your place of employment. Very important. Did I have another comment? I'm trying to see. Let's see. No? Okay. So I'll go to the next question. What can nurses do? Dr. Constantino, this is directed at you. What can nurses do to elevate and reinvigorate the importance of ethics in medicine and nursing?
It's a very hard because in our in our courses that we teach, ethics, LC, ethics, legal, and social cultural issues are given maybe for a 12-hour course, there might be half an hour for that. There's really no uniform way of looking at invigorating nurses and everybody in the health field to look at LC, ethical issues. It's hard to do. It's hard to do when you're alone. If you're in the clinical area and you're doing, those things that are really kind of your realm of duty. But when it comes to ethics, and you need to have consultant, you need to have somebody to think with you. So I think if we are looking at how to invigorate us in ethical, legal, and social cultural issues, I would like us to really look at it as a primary prevention. It's a primary prevention. It's upstream prevention. Before we see anything, let's look at our curriculum again. And I think we are all, everybody here, even press release, even people in the community have really has to collaborate with us. I mentioned collaboration, and it's really worldwide collaboration in this problem that we have to do. And I think we have to take ethical, legal, and social cultural issues as kind of a values clarification in this problem of human trafficking, if we really want to be serious about it.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Any other panelists wanting to respond? Okay, I'll go to the next question then posed for Mr. Gutman. So, Mr. Gutman, did the mainstream media do enough to inform nurses about unethical organ procurement practices?
Let me be quite frank here. Nobody's done a wonderful job on this issue, and it's one of these issues which sort of comes up and then sort of fades away for a while. But in fact, mainstream media did cover this. For example, the New York Times lost a very, very valuable reporter because she covered this, and she did it in some depth. And I think she was rather cross at me afterwards for introducing her to the topic to some extent. But she felt she had to, because she said, look, she called up Dr. Levy, Jacob Levy, who was in the film from Israel. And she said, look, I'm German. I have to do this story. So I don't think they've done a great job, but they've done a job. And the politicians haven't done such a bad job either. The problem actually has come from the medical community itself. And I'm not talking about nurses here at all. I'm very honored to be here. This is one of the biggest audiences probably I've spoken to in some time. And but the Transplantation Society very much wanted to cooperate with China. And that's what they did. And they basically, without probably meaning to, they offered China a fig leaf. Back in 2012, it is now 10 years later. And that fig leaf's really worn out, I think. I mean, it was one thing to say, okay, give reform in China a shot. Maybe they can change. But we've all, this is a difficult time for the medical world. COVID has, some of the reactions to COVID have, in the medical world, and then places where people got things wrong or went too far in one direction or another, has impacted people's trust in the medical system. So I think it's very, very important to have grassroots. If you want to think of, maybe that's inappropriate, it's called nurses grassroots, in a way they're like frontline soldiers. But it is really important to have the frontline soldiers and the grassroots talking about this. This is what will influence the Transplantation Society, the World Health Organization, the WMA, who has at times carried water for China on this very issue. I mean, they're at least tried to smooth relationships. Look, nothing changes without a certain degree of embarrassment. Nothing in politics or nothing in this world changes without a certain degree, at least, of discomfort. And I think we have to accept that we're going into a period where there's going to be some terrible discomfort with China over this issue. And I'm incredibly excited to hear your voices tonight.
Thank you. Question for Ms. Collins-Perica. From your perspective, is it important to advocate for specific victims of forced organ harvesting, or would it be sufficient to just address the general concept of this abuse? And then, where do you see the difference to give a face to the victims? Very interesting question.
It is, Dr. Thimpson. The first thing that really comes to mind is that every victim of forced organ harvesting represents the sanctity of life. All do. We know that since the first reports of this were coming in 2006, since that time, we've watched the disappearance or the unaccountability of almost 100 million of the Falun Gong as the primary victims. And the Tibetans followed, about 3 million, followed by then the Uyghurs, 13 million and counting. These are genocidal level problems. And in knowing that, we have to give a face to the victims. We have to look at the specifics of who they are and why. It's China's most religious, most vulnerable people. It's most culturally traditional people that are being killed for their organs. All of humanity loses in that regard. We all lose. We lose the benefit of traditional religion, traditional culture in an atheistic country that aims to do this all over the world. To, as I said, make this the new norm. If we don't give a face to the victims, it's not real. We don't target one group over another. The House Christians in China have also reported they've been forced organ harvested. There were Ghanaian Ghanaian men that were transferred to China's labor camps. They were promised in Ghana that they were going to work in China and make wages, and instead they were incarcerated. On release, at the demands of their government, they reported that they were threatened with forced organ harvesting and were aware of it. So it crosses all of those boundaries in the Laogai prison system of China, but it remains a fact. The Falun Gong, by 100 million, almost 100 million, are unaccounted for today. So that the face of the Falun Gong is there for all of us to take a look at. And what is it about the Falun Gong that makes them so vulnerable? They claim that it's better health due to their practice, better endurance, and China's transplant centers offer Falun Gong organs for a higher price than those of any other group. So there, to look at the face of the victim.
Thank you. There's a follow-up question for Mr. Gutman. You just indicated that this is a difficult moment for the medical profession. I think this is correct. Can nurses be more proactive to approach transplant societies, medical doctor associations, and maybe confront them to either produce evidence that forced organ harvesting in China does not exist, or if not, get moving and tell China to stop this abominable practice that has no place in our civilized world? Mr. Gutman.
First of all, I do think that the Transplantation Society, for example, acknowledges that organ harvesting exists and that it's done to prisoners. What they do not acknowledge is the point that a lot of those prisoners, or most of them that are being at least harvested, are Falun Gong or Uyghurs. It is that simple, okay? So the Chinese get away with a kind of a semantic game. They say, well, we're going to stop organ harvesting prisoners. And there's even some evidence that they did that in part in 2015, or at least made some intention movements that way. But the fact is, then we saw the doubling down of the Uyghur population, right? And it's around that time, actually, that the Transplantation Society kind of went quiet and just stopped saying anything at all. And I suppose perhaps there was a little shame there. Perhaps they understood, well, China didn't do what it said it was going to do. It said it was going to stop organ harvesting prisoners. We interpreted that to mean Falun Gong and Uyghurs, but in fact, they just meant death row prisoners, murderers, rapists, and so forth. This has never truly been about prisoners in China or prisoners' rights. This is about totally innocent people being harvested for their organs as a way for the state to destroy their enemies. And their enemies, we find it hard to believe, but their enemies are Falun Gong because they have values that the modern Chinese state does not share. Their enemies are the ethnic Uyghurs because the Uyghurs are there's a hefty degree of racism at the very top in China, and even to some extent throughout some of the Han-Chinese population. We can't get away from these things. So I think it is possible to bring this issue up again. And I know it's very hard for people to change their position once they've kind of cemented and said, well, we're all for reform in China and we've made these relationships, we don't want to throw them away. That's fine. But you are the majority in the medical world, okay? And what you have to say collectively, at least, counts a lot. And I can't say how to do it on an individual basis because I've not worked in the medical system, but I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more question, and that's being directed to Ms. Holbrook. What would you suggest to bring this abuse and the necessity to stop this abuse to the attention of the U.S. government? I feel guilty if we don't take action.
And I so agree. But I think, as I said before, it comes from a grassroots effort. I mean, folks, look at apartheid. It was mass voices that changed that practice. And I know that that's not as egregious as this form of human trafficking that we're talking about now, but it was absolutely egregious. If we can come together with position statements that can go out to, I think, if I'm not mistaken, if a legislator receives 5 to 7 letters, they have to take action on it. Think of how much power we would have if we would develop position statements that could go out to legislatures. Think about the battles that we can win at our level. Somebody's insurance company has to be paying for them to go out of the country in many cases and get these organs. If we can address that factor, instead of going from 0 to 60, right, go all against China, if we can address those people whose insurance companies cover this expense when they leave, that would be a huge battle won. And so I absolutely agree with what you're saying. We have got to start speaking up and having a voice. And one of the things that I learned when I attended the international summit that DAFO had earlier this year was that it's sort of incestuous in our country, right? You've got medical schools that are getting money from China to let certain students come, and they need that, and they might not be speaking out against it for that reason, right? It's very hard for us to break down that wall, but we can start. And let's start where we can, and let's start with these position statements and going after and just chipping away at the level that we can as nurses and getting doctors informed. And again, it's all about awareness.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions. And this ends today's very strong and very positive World Nursing Summit to combat and prevent forced organ harvesting of living people in China. Today's speeches will be available on both websites of the Academy of Forensic Nursing and on Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting website. The review will be available within about 10 days to allow time for editing, etc. I sincerely hope that we will have achieved our goal with this conference so that constructive dialogue can begin and some very positive collective action can take place. If we want to get out of this downward spiral and respect, we need to really endorse and become active by first signing the Universal Declaration. It's certainly not required, but it is an option for you to execute your first step towards action. The Universal Declaration to combat and prevent forced organ harvesting clearly upholds the core standards represented in the most important international conventions on human rights within the last 70 years and uses those famous standards as guiding principles. Two of today's speakers actually initiated the construct of the Universal Declaration. Renowned professor and researcher of medical ethics, Dr. Arthur Kaplan, and the international human rights attorney, Dr. Teresa Chu. In 2021, 5 award-winning non-governmental organizations jointly issued the Universal Declaration Against Forced Organ Harvesting to redouble their efforts to stop forced organ harvesting. They are actively involved in investigating this atrocity and organizing international symposia, congressional hearings, and relevant human rights activities to raise awareness and generate concern. If you need the last 70 years of declarations leading up to this, these conventions do include the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in 1966, the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatments or Punishments in 1984, the Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Dignity of the Human Being with regard to the application of biology and medicine, Convention on Human Rights and Biomedicine, 1997. And finally, the Council of Europe Convention Against Trafficking in Human Organs, 2015. The Universal Declaration can be accessed and reviewed. For your consideration of joining your colleagues, please visit using the QR code shown on the screen. You now will be directed to complete a post-conference evaluation survey. Upon completing the survey, you will receive your continuing education certificate for 5 nursing continuing education credits. If you should need to access the evaluation and CE page, you can also visit Big Marker website for the link. To conclude, I thank all of the speakers for their relevance and the precision of their interventions. I thank the technical teams for their realization and the dissemination of this conference. And finally, I thank each of you for your attendance, participation, and I know your action that will be forthcoming in attending the conference, and we hope to see you again in the very near future. Thank you to the presenters we have heard from throughout this summit. I bid you a good day.